大家好，欢迎来到前彩环节，我是小优。我们邀请到的是 WBG Type 的下路选手 Light， 先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 WBG Type 的 AD 选手 Light。
欢迎 Light。那首先第一个问题啊，前2天你们终于是终结了连败，收获了胜利。目前呢是登峰组第6名的成绩，已经确认参与到骑士之路了。那队伍最近训练的侧重点会有相应的转变吗？
其实，在连败之后，队伍也在慢慢进步吧。就是现在只能一直不停的训练，然后让队伍整体配合得更好。对，
比赛带领也会配合得越来越好。那马上要进行你们组内赛的收官战了。上一轮面对 WE 的时候，他们下路打出了很高的输出嘛。那这一次赛前大家有没有讨论，有哪些问题是需要在今天的比赛中有所规避，或者说特别注意的呢？
其实就是放松打完这一场嘛，然后打完这场好好准备后面的BO5。对。
放松打完这一场，也希望你们能够享受比赛的过程。谢谢，加油！同样的，我们也邀请到了西安 WE 的上单选手 Cube， 先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是西安 Team WBG 战队上单选手 Cube。
欢迎 Cube 选手。那首先第一个问题，纵观这一段时间的比赛，你们经历过连胜的高光，也遭遇过连败的瓶颈。那在这个以赛代练的过程当中，你自己和队伍有哪些收获呢？
就我们这个赛季经历了连败也连胜过嘛，然后就感觉对我们心态是一种考验吧。然后我感觉我们就心态都变得比较平和吧，然后比赛游戏的内容的话也练到了挺多东西的，就一直在进步吧，所以我感觉还是挺有收获的。
也就是说，在这个过程当中，心态越来越强大了，比赛内容也做得越来越好了。那说到今天的对手 WBG 啊，在上一轮跟他们交手的时候，你们的后期团战协同非常的出色。那么第2轮面对他们，同样也是你们组内赛的收官战，有哪些最近的训练成果是想要在这场比赛中有所体现的呢？
因为最近就已经是最后一场比赛嘛，然后马上就骑士之路了吧，然后就这场比赛就想着我们尽量就可能会尝试一点不一样的英雄吧，然后就打出一个精彩的 BO3吧。
也期待你们的赛场表现了，谢谢 Q。
观看2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端 掌上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。全新纯电 G 级越野车，越野图腾，御电峡谷。李宁英雄联盟泳池派对2025新品现已上市，领国家补贴上京东，别以旧换新补贴，买手机、电脑、数码4折起。我在场就是主场，莫兹利安为 LPL 奶硬口。全新 OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占马。傲风电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1，开一局吗？开就开，保护有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯，英特尔酷睿 Ultra 200HX 冷酷高手 AI 助攻，6边形战士来袭。
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，这里是西安曲江电竞中心，让我们有请双方对阵战队。首先，让我们欢迎微博 Gaming Top。上单 Breeze， 打野天，中单小虎，下路 Light， 辅助航。接下来，让我们欢迎西安 Team WE。上单 Cube， 打野 Monkey， 中单 Carries， 下路 Taeyong， 辅助 Vampire。LPL 第2赛段组内赛第8周第4日的第1场比赛，由西安 WE 对战 WBG Type 即将开始。LPL 5位进巅峰。
军还有30秒到达战场，免信牌。全军出击！
再来座坟墓如何？
防御塔地层即将脱落。
不中，再扔一次。
回去，然后战斗，罪业的胜利。
炸飞他们！
记住的。
叫你后退了的。
萦绕于你的不洁印记。上我了。 起来，然后重。
Whoopsies, I clicked the wrong thing and Baron's gone. Hello, I'm back. Looks like Weibo have done that thing where they lose games in new and creative ways. Ain't that incredible? I'll turn this thing off now as well. Right, okay. Let me try and pick up the pieces of whatever the hell's happened here. Weibo. Had some good chances in the early into mid game, but I think Tian is an absolute shocker. Tian has really, really struggled. I think that Karis and Tane picking up the pieces very, very well for WE. I think both of them have had fantastic games. Hung, much better game from him considering that he was subbed out, subbed back in. He's trying to go onto the two carries. Oh, if he carries both of them, that's huge. Gets onto Taeum, that's not bad. Vampire comes in with a decent hostile takeover, stops some of the damage coming through, and there's no cleanse on Light, and that means there's very little follow-up on the other side. Sho's left in a 1v1 with the Addy. Addy loses that very hard. And Breathe has also died. Breathe has also died. That should be the end of the game. W8 got a 24-minute Sol. Weibo very much in free fall as an organization and as a team, and that should be the end of this game. Towers go down. W8 pick up an early Sol, pick up a win. Well, missed most of that first game. How much do the results for today even matter? I have ignored the format all split, so it matters for placement. Yeah, it matters for placing. It matters for placing. Trying to figure out exactly how much it matters for placement. I need to do this thing where I need to turn my camera back on. Hello, I'm back. So, the big things. Die große Zug. So how much does this actually matter? So, yeah, so the winner of this stays 6th. They can't go up to 5th. And they can't drop down to 8th. So all it matters is WE over Weibo or not. And I mean, bluntly put, I think WE deserve it more than Weibo. Weibo have been awful the second half of the split. So what this all matters is the difference between 5th, 6th and 7th, which does matter for seeding for the, what's it call it thingy? The thingy. The placement tournament, the play-ins. So I think what it will end up being is IG versus EDG, and then the winner of this will be versus LGD from Group Nirvana, I think. And then I think it would be 7th will play Thunder Talk. Honestly, which they're not looking great either. So it's the difference between playing Thunder Talk and LGD in the first round, basically. Which, I mean, I don't think there's a huge difference there, really. I need to get, the Wasma call it up. Why is the resolution so low here? Because there are issues with, there are issues with capturing the Twitch stream on Onivia's end. Because basically, I stream in 1440. However, not everyone can watch in 1440. I'm not exactly sure why. I haven't really figured that out yet. I think it might be region locked as to who can watch 1440 on Twitch. Oh, got on some crispy audio. If you take the lowest tier teams in each region, who would win? I mean, it's probably still LCK, right? They're a better region on the whole. Breathe was whatever this game. He was fine. He wasn't the problem. Then again, you know, who's not the problem now? I will get hydrated, so I'll put the things. Still don't understand why they put Hung back on the team. It's got to be an atmosphere or a shot calling thing, right? Still got to be. It's got to be that. You know what? I think if WWE win this, I think that's where they should be. Remember a couple of weeks ago, I think it was Aragon that was making the comment that WWE were a top 4 team, and obviously he's a fan of that team, so he's allowed his opinion, whatever. But like my opinion was effectively, look, they probably are around about 7th, 8th. That's pretty much where they are. If they get towards 6th, that's actually that's massive overachievement from my eyes, especially when they were so close to not even making Intergroup Ascend. I think there's been a bit of a reality check. This team is not top 4. They are not top 4. However, yeah, I think, yeah, I would put them above Weibo based off of form. I mean, regardless of the series, I'd put them above. I guess maybe there's a chance for Weibo to wake up and do whatever. But Weibo are on freefall. I think Tian is completely falling apart as a player. Look, this is about where WE should be. They struggle a little bit in the early game versus Weibo here. I think they are better than them. I think, yeah. I think this is not a bad placement to be in. We'll find out who the player is now too. Monkey gets it on. He was very, very good. Deserved.
Monkey player of the game.
Yeah.
On Trundle.
Yep.
My go. Run the wheels a bit.
You would have thought after doing this for so long, we'd find a better way to do this.
Yeah, I know. I'm not able to see through solid materials.
Well, no, but like, you would have thought we'd find a better way to do this in general, right?
Yeah, I know.
Because like, not seeing through solid materials is more like putting it down in a way which is convenient.
Convenient to all involved.
But also just like, you know, replicable.
Hey Trinity, good to see you.
I gotta get myself another coffee.
Do you want to make one?
No, I'll go get one. I need the toilet as well. So.
That's fine then. I shall look out the chat. Momentary chat feels a bit unnecessarily rude.
So we've had some tech issues in the last few days because basically we want to. We're trying back out doing Onivius doing the actual restream from his computer rather than doing it another way, which is basically just us streaming it once, doing it again. The way that it is. That's fine. You're pushing into my chair if you do that, son. If you watch that. Yeah. Doing that back. Careful with that. Right, I'll leave you to stream for a bit if that's okay. Need to put on some pre-rolls, so I'll do that now, I guess. Give you some words on stream as well. Okay. Know the drill. And so do I. Yeah, basically the problem is that for some reason not everyone can watch in 1440 on Twitch. It's not about subbing. I think it might be region locked, but we stream in 1440p because we want to be the highest quality like VOD available out there, and apparently that's not available for everyone. But if you're not seeing it on Twitch in 1440, that's a you thing. Yeah. So like that's okay. That sounds rude. It's on your end. We stream in 1440. People are able to watch that as subs and non-subs as well. So. I don't know. And if you want to watch on 1440p, you can do it on Twitch as well. YouTube as well.
How are you all doing? It's a very bouncy background. LOL pub trivia time. A team's only gotten 2 pens in one game and 1 major region once. A single team? Or multiple pentas in the same game? Naught. Lamau. Ooh. I can't spell. I've horribly missed on that one. Eh. That's the one I wanted. There we go. Alex's caps lock button is in a different position to my one, so I keep catching instead of the A. It's very annoying. A compliment for Duo. And I get hydrated from Salad. I'm getting hydrated. I got myself coffee. Compliment from my daddy Sam. Wow. Since you paid so heftily in channel points, we'll see what we can do. Alright, Duo. Your love of esports and willingness to get involved in the community has been some of the most endearing I've seen in a long, long time. You've always got these cool plans rolling, and I'm really hoping that some of them pay off for you, because I think there's some really cool stuff going on. It's always nice seeing you drop into various voice chats and stuff in Discord to come say hey, so it's a pleasure having you on. For context, I'm predicting Hung redeems himself in Game 2 with 2 pentas. Hilarious. I remember the double penta where both teams pented each other. Oh, wow. Guys, we fumbled this. What happened? Try that again. Good lord. I'm clicking on the screen. We lost at level 1. Oh, margin, nice one. DNF would stomp that so easily. DNF are fun. I feel like DNF aren't as... I think DNF have got some redeeming features. I even look at a team like RNG and I go, actually, there are players on here who I want to see again, just not on this roster. Sen, have you tried Nymaera's YouTube rather than as another potential option? Because I think that's also in 1440 and that seems to be fine. Being jump scared there by return to places. Right, we get one more go and then I will ensure we don't do any more. We managed to get past level 1, hooray! I want Pyoshi to go region hopping again, so when he returns to LCK he becomes goated again. Well, that's the plan, isn't it? I saw Bro beat DK earlier today as well, which was hilarious. Heal, of course. Chalice, good job, Keller, bro. Not looking good, folks. What are we missing? Hail? Hail. We got that one already. I'm always really bad at these. My brain doesn't work correctly for it. It's not looking good. Oh no. Alice, yeah, the name. Did we make it? RIP, level 3. getting ready for game 2 here. By the way, now that WASD is going to be a thing in League, do you think we'll get controller support for League? I honestly wondered about that myself, I'm not going to lie. I don't know. It's a possibility. And so, like, I'm not going to... I think mobility would be very nice with it. I think skill shot aiming with your right thumbstick is going to get really obnoxious really fast. Probably what you'd want to do is have something like your triggers be your 4 abilities. And something like A and B be your summoners. Because that way you're not having to claw grip to use your buttons and aim at the same time. I don't know. I think it would be a step down the line. I honestly am quite interested to try out WASD because I prefer that movement system anyway. But here's draft. Let's have a bit of a chat about what we're looking at. WE won game 1, and I think deservedly so. Monkey played exceptionally well. Good on him. And now we're getting some important bans here. I will note, of course, you don't want to give up things like that Nico in general right now. The Yone away from Weibo. Yes, Xiaohu's been very hit or miss, but when he has hit, it's been very, very scary with it. Wonder what the default layout for the skills will be then. Yeah, I wonder too. Might be 1, 2, 3, 4, you know. Which has been, I mean, that was the classic, right, for Diablo and Warcraft and all those things. Gwen banned out, Rumble's also banned. Is that just going to be a Scion pick then? Breathe has been going towards tanks, hasn't he? A lot of Cassante. Scion now as well. You need to set up TM for a bit more success. Just take the Lucian. Don't hate it. Early, but we'll do it anyway. See what Cube has into this matchup. I think Shen is fine here to go with the Lucian. If you can get something with a bit of impetus out of mid or jungle here as well, you do that. Did you see that an F1 driver took his class to the race on Sunday? No, I did not, Trinity. As in like his school class? Numbers for items already. I mean, it won't be impossible, but it's a strong shift. Yeah. I think it's supposed to be on mouse buttons then. Which would throw me off a bit, I'm not going to lie, because my active items are on mouse buttons currently, but you could learn that. Anthony brought his school group. Oh, that's very cute. Anyway, back on task. Misfortune's locked in for Weibo. They've already gone front to back here with Sion MF. Should be no surprise on the other side, WE. Very much a dive and protect the Lucian going forwards comp with Shen to empower what will likely be something like the Nami. Though Braum with Lucian has started to come back into the fore a bit with the changes to the passive. Gives him a bit more potency when you're trying to play with those kind of more melee engaged supports rather than just the enchanters. And so we'll get locked in. Yeah. Very defensively hard to get to this Lucian.
Yeah, Shen and Braum makes it a bit of a pickle trying to take down a carry. You do need another carry because if you get comboed onto as that Lucian, if the Leona gets the solo flare onto you, still likely going to die. Weibo themselves need some DPS, whether that is Neferi for TN, could go towards the Lilia. Actually, I think that would be a good takeaway from WE because it's hard to block out that. I suppose actually the Braum can technically protect the sleep, but you probably do want to take that. Worth noting, Vampire not a great Braum player, actually.
He often overplays in mid-game on it.
Yeah, because he's playing as though he is the engaged and Braum obviously isn't. I would say it's one of his less comfortable picks. That being said, it is Weibo. We'll see whether they can punish that. Obviously can punish anything in general, you know.
See what they go towards, because again, this is, if you look at WE, go, well, currently you've empowered Monkey to go towards something, a bit of a carry perspective if you want to go towards that.
I lost track of all these Wordle clones. How do you even play Trundle?
Yeah.
That's a good one. I like that. I liked Worldle, where you have to guess a country based on like how close it is. Yeah. A fun one.
The environmental Weltle.
Xiao's gonna get his
Das ist verboten.
Das ist verboten.
Darf nicht.
Darf nicht. Is not allowed.
Yeah. Can you tell what we were learning in German today?
So Lily ran away from Monkey. They still... Okay! Who is this going towards? Because this could be jungle and it could be mid lane. Technically, this is a flex going in towards the last pick. Monkey played this in the 1v1 against Tien. So
Did he win?
Tien and Monkey played a Zed versus Zed 1v1, both junglers. Zed is a very good jungler right now.
He farms very well.
But if you play something quite immobile in mid lane, it can be a decent mid lane pick too, particularly into those immobile.
It is a flex, isn't it?
I would prefer it going in towards jungle, but I don't think it's very good versus Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao can burst you out and often force you away from your assassination. If you go too deep.
For whatever reason you're hit by the wind becomes lightning and you've still got that mark on you for the extended audacious charge range, you can't shadow away because Shinzo can follow.
And now the problem is you don't really want to play into the Orianna either, so the Zed might actually end up being a bit of an awkward one. The Orianna is a good pick. The Akali has been solo kill menace onto the Orianna though. Orianna tends to out-farm and then Akali makes up for it with side lane solo kills. Karras goes towards it. One of his most comfortable champions was playing it a lot when he first came into the LPL at the start of the year. WE, they have a triple ninja comp between Shen, Zed, Akali, and then for some reason, Braum and Lucian are just also there.
Just putting this out there, Alex. We have got a legitimate professional game where one of our teams has locked Zed jungle, Akali mid, and Lucian bot. This is going to be absolute psychopathy in the mid game. Like, you're looking at Weibo Gaming, and they've gone towards team fight, right? They've got good burst, they've got good skirmishing, the front to back is pretty solid. And then you're looking at the other side, it's like, okay, I have a Shen and a Braum to empower one of my carries to just hand stiff.
However,
that's the plan.
However, what they've given up for this is a semblance of actual engage and most ability to hold the front line up. Look,
Death is the hardest CC. It's fine.
Shen is vaguely a tough tank front line, and sometimes the Brawn can be too, but I don't think it'll be enough versus the Sion. Sion, if he gets ahead, will have a field day because they can engage. I don't think there's that much damage against them. I really am quite worried for WE and their lack of engage. I also don't think their side lanes are even that good because Akali, while good into the Orianna, sucks into the Sion. Sion is going to run this game.
Well, you can't say the drafts are boring. I can say that much at least. That's fantastic. Fantastic. We know what the play is here. You've got ways to punish the misfortune in particular quite regularly. You have one person go forwards with a Shen and a Braum following them, and you burst them out. And you basically just try to win with damage and mobility after. But the CC is limited. Yes, Braum passive can be stacked with the Lucian, with the Zed and the Kali all inning. Like, you've got some CC, but it's quite conditional. It's not easy to land. It's not just a Nautilus hook. And onto the Rift we go. Two very different drafts. There's the WE Skybox. Let's listen into the crowds. Well, there's your volume. Interesting they favor WE later. I can sort of see it, right? The later it gets, the more problematic the Akali and Shen side lane kind of collapse becomes. That ability to pick off the immobility of this Orianna, this misfortune, becomes more viable. But the mid game, where so many of our LPL games decided right now, really is going to be... really is going to be in the hands of Weibo Gaming. If they turn up to an objective first and have the Leona and the Sion holding court in various locations and an Orianna shockwave on top of a Xin Zhao diving forward, Misfortune pressing, oh yeah, you can put a door up. Yeah, you can stick a Stand United shield on. But there's only so much value you are going to be able to get from that any given moment. Was Karras? Has has been known to play a mean Akali game here or there. He's been a little bit streaky, but at his best, he's been quite good fun.
It's one of his most comfortable champions, the thing. It's one of his most comfortable ones. On the other side, though, I think Xiaohu in laning phase on Orianna has been very good. On his Orianna's been very good. You end up pulling my hair there.
So sorry.
Sam looked at me quite affronted because I made a wince of pain.
Yeah, no,
Without realizing that Sam, while moving his chair, yanked my hair with it.
Oops.
Sorry. Of having long hair, I guess. But yeah, Xiaohu been very comfortable on that Orianna, and I think that we've seen him against the stuff like the Yone matchups. He's done well in the laning phase. Question is whether we can transfer that later.
But would he be as comfortable playing it if he had long hair and was sat next to someone who accidentally pulled it?
I'm just going to flip my hair over the other shoulder, just in case.
So sorry, dude.
It's going away from Sam.
Yeah, probably wise. Clearly, I can't be trusted.
While we're talking about this, the level 2 actually hit just by Vampire and Taehyun. His Hung goes in and he'll die.
No, that's awful. He's flashed as well. That's first blood to Taehyun. Waiting for it, gets the auto. Another Winter Spite, lads. Eat your presents. Santa Braum is here to send you to... Well, maybe not, actually, because Light gets to walk away. I thought they were going to go way harder for that. I'm not going to lie.
Okay. Bit hypey on that one while he still has Flash and Barrier. However, Hung goes in with the E. He presses E, and immediately Taehyun and Vampire hit level 2 on that. You have to imagine that he just didn't realize the minion was dying. Massive mistake from Hung. A guy that was subbed in, subbed out of the roster. Started, of course, then Airher. Their LDL player came up. That's a good win, because before that, the lane was going really well for Light and Hung. It's a big breath of relief there for Taehyun and Vampire.
Cube eats a bit of damage there. Did, of course, get some Twilight Assault clocks off there. Those empowered autos right now does give Shen a lot of unexpected bursts. He's quite good into Sion with things like the Titanic Hydra. Often does have fairly good chunk early in particular.
In the early lane, he's fine. Problem is, before you get to your first item, your wave clear is shockingly lacking compared to Sion. It's one of the biggest reasons why Shen fell out of the meta. His wave clear became much less good. Hang on, I promise. Is that going to be a Q steal onto it? It will be!
No!
It's Tian. Hang on, buddy. You just saw the Q fly out of that brush. Sees Monkey in there too. Vampire, important takeaway. And you know what? This is some big tilt from Weibo. If there's anything we know about them, they are a tilting team. WE are in the mental driving seat.
They are. Tien's going to try and get across here and maybe fight over this. Of course, no smite currently for Monkey, so this could get a bit spicy here. I think it will likely get smoked by Tien, who's going to get the Wind Becomes Lightning proc off. Doesn't quite in time, actually. Monkey now in danger. Beginning to get some autos. Sure, he can flip in. Flash on out from the side of Monkey. Can't quite punish any further. Off vision. Tien needs to be perhaps a little wary here. This could get spicy.
No, Monkey's just... Hang on. The thing is, Monkey just used his shadow. He can actually kill him. Tien needs to be really careful. We'll get away with it. I guess with no flash on Monkey becomes a little harder, and also with the ability to get a quick couple of hits, you can get the passive healing from the Shinzao. But that's the kind of HP where Zed, with the passive, can get a lot of unexpected burst onto Light roaming towards topside now, actually, which is a little early for that to happen. They messed up in the 2v2. They want to escape it.
They do. Cube eats a little bit of a decimating smash. Lumberjacks are on here looking to bring down Cube. Torn onto Breathe, but it doesn't mean with Light roaming up. They're actually looking for the dive there. This is a very early roam and a bit of an unusual one. It's the AD carry on the warpath. Hex flash over the wall, about to come through from Hung, who's looking to hang Cube out to dry. Good Spirit's Refuge for a second or two, and the turret shots not quite gonna come through for the third, so Tien gets out alive. I worried there, not gonna lie.
So unexpected run towards the top side from from the perspective of WE. They didn't expect Light and Hung to both be there. Sadly, they can't get another kill back. They'll start up on the Dragon, but that's also a lot of time being used now from Monkey and Vampire to do so. Big thing about Zed, by the way, as long as a teammate can help you get an objective below half HP, you are red hot fast at taking anything on the map. Zed's passive does not have a cooldown on jungle camps. It does on champions, but it doesn't on anything else. So it can be really, really quick getting that 8% max health damage as magic damage onto the target once they get below half HP, and they'll take the first dragon.
Alright. So, we find ourselves in a very even early game state. Kill a piece, gold pretty much even. The difference here is going to be around those objectives. Slight lead, interestingly, over to the Shinzab. Of course, he did get that kill on the top side. That helps even up some of the earlier woes with things like Scuttle Crabs getting stolen away. The difference, of course, on the other side of it is this bot lane. The Lucian getting the early kill, getting the early reset force onto Misfortune has got them well ahead of curve. And Taehyun, for my money, has been WE's most consistent member. Maybe not his most talismanic. I'd say that's Monkey, who is perhaps more core to when they are winning games. But Taehyun has been so consistent.
You know what? I actually think Muktaean has been that talisman.
You think too?
The Kai'Sa, the
Very
Ezreal.
Very good. I'm not gonna lie, you're not wrong.
I just think Taeyeon has been by far the best member on WB, both in consistency and everything else. Hang on, ult coming through. That's a very dead Ori.
Beautiful combo between the two assassins, and there's a death mark. And unfortunately for him, it's due.
But also, why is Xiaohu walking there? You were against a double assassin mid-jungle. They don't have CC. The only way you die is by walking up like that. Karras has now used that E on mid lane. Hung, he's not going to be able to do much with Tien so far away. WE just clip... my dude.
Karras, why go back? What was the thought process there, my guy? Has got flash. Is he going to need to burn it? Stand under the turret briefly and back away. That was an unnecessary repress of the Shuriken flip.
Because he could be taking this next wave on full HP and at least having Monkey coming over or something like that. But yeah, going back to the kill onto mid lane there, Xiaohu should know you are not going to be able to escape with your lack of mobility in Orianna. Double assassins running you down, but they need a lot of space to do so. Big mistake from Xiaohu. And it feels like it has been mistake after mistake from Weibo as a whole. Do have Grub spawning in 10 seconds. Karras won't have ult. Monkey won't have ults for this, so I suppose that is something which Weibo can play around. They should be looking to get all 3 Grubs.
That'll be the plan. Monkey on the reset, of course, has just burned his death mark, but it's not that long a cooldown on Zed, you've got to remember.
It's not that short either, but...
I say it's looking like it's coming off cooldown relatively shortly here. See exactly whether that'll be available for the Grubs fight, should there be one. I think with the lane swapped around, should be certainly playable here for both teams.
And we are looking for an entry. It's up in 10 seconds. Again, if Weibo had been on this on spawn, they would have been able to take a second one. Now the Zed ult's coming back up. Karras doesn't have his ult though, importantly.
Go. Look to play around. Decimated Smash does land on to the side of Vampire, who's just not that tanky. Stand United comes on through! Not here quite in time. Monkey into the backline. Does get the misfortune. Gets the shadow out! And now they can keep playing. Tien going on forward. Flash on forward with the roar of the Slayer. Taeyeon over the wall. Trying to buy some time. The health bar's not fantastic. The Grub's aggroed onto Monkey. It's actually keeping quite low. The red buff healing. Not as good as he would like. Taeyeon also low. Wind becomes just wide and breathe. It's becoming a bit of a kingmaker here.
So it actually ends up being a 2-for-1. However, WE lose a lot of HP. So they can't stick around for the Grubs. Should still be all 3 Grubs over to the side of Weibo. And honestly, that fight was much harder than it needed to be. As I was saying beforehand, Monkey didn't have the Zed ult for the spawn. Because Weibo delayed, they ended up giving a chance for Zed to get that ultimate back. It's still that rank 1. He didn't have any cooldown by the time he cast out the last time. It should have been a free take without those vampires not able to get a Q steal this time. So Weibo, the setup's not there. They're not cleanly executing. And to me, this is really seeming like panic. A bit of... inconsistency that we've known from them an awful lot, but on the side of WE, they're punishing well, and particularly Taeyeon dodging out of stuff like that Zenith Blade clutch hit to make sure he can stay and fight the second part of it.
I think the only thing that's going to be very problematic is you can see Shen trying to come on forward. I think got interrupted there by the shockwave in the minimap, so wasn't going to turn up anyway. Was that 4v4? Shield not quite enough to keep the Braum alive. Taeyeon here with an important flash, because obviously Breathe flashing on forwards here. So it takes about half of Taeyeon's HP bar with the Roar of the Slayer and the Decimating Smash being charged. Could have gotten very scary there for the Lucian, who is still now, though, 2-0-1. Looking pretty nasty in this game.
You see potentially how Monkey wants to play out these team fights later as well. Light sets up for the ultimate, he presses that ult, Monkey immediately dives in. And what we saw there was Weibo didn't realize that was going to happen, and they didn't have anything to get him off of the misfortune. You have to stand still trying to finish off that last kill, because Light's thought process is, I have to kill the Braum before the Shen comes in. And actually, he would have done that anyway, even if the Shockwave hadn't come on the other side. But Light needs to have someone peeling off that Zed as he goes in towards that misfortune.
Culling burned. That's half of Light's HP bar gone. Does have that Vamp Scepter in inventory, so can theoretically heal up a little bit here on the way. But again, priority being provided. The last time we saw Taeyeon and Vampire playing the Lucian was with the Nami, and Vampire getting caught out by some of the ward control issues. You can see there are a few good wards here from Weibo that they are currently scanning away. Dragons up. Means they are wanting to play pretty heavily here for control of the river. That was partly what that culling was used for. It got them an opportunity to get some vision down. Doesn't mean that ultimate isn't available right now for the Lucian. Light has managed to heal himself back up largely to full, but the kind of minor prize is a lot of vision control that Weibo Gaming are now looking at a very dark river.
Xiaohu has teleport, sticking in a side lane. You know, vaguely even with the Akali, who's gotten more involved in the plays, of course, as the Akali tends to do over the Orianna. When it gets a little bit more scrappy like this. Monkey farming well on the Zed, but actually not ahead of the Shinzao, which is often one of the big things about the Zed. You farm so quickly. Often you do just kind of overtake someone
like that, Shinzo. Bit of a winter fight look in there as Hunger's Hex flashed over the wall. Tien goes forward with the audacious charge. Soul of their lands onto 2, but the door is up.
It's not good,
He's
though.
going to be dead. It's not good enough for that bullet time. Actually managed to catch onto Monkey. Problematic.
When it's a door, not a door. When it's a jar. And that one was not covering his jungle. Vampire was stunned up, had to throw up that shield, but just didn't get the right positioning. And that's a real big worry. Light on the off angle, able to get huge damage. Now suddenly, no jungler, dragging over to Dwebo.
It evens up that AD carry discrepancy. Gets the kill onto Monkey, who actually had a bit of a bounty on him. That's a big deal. Karras, they're walking on over. Misses the Shuriken flip. That might have been a bit of threat otherwise.
Oh, I doubt he would have been going in 1v4 at that point. And speaking of that, Taeyun, walking in 1v2.
Why are you here? What was that thought process? Karras still going in 1v2. Might be going in 1v4 shortly. Vampire's coming up. Need to look for the perfect execution. Misses the Shuriken flip as well. They're bringing in the Shen. Okay, we get the flash out for it at least, but that was an unfortunate series of events to say the least. Lemony Snicket writing WE's storylines.
Oh dear, and this giving a free wave over towards Breathe on the top side as well. So it's dragging over to Weibo. It's a kill onto Taeyun, who has been by far the most important member of WE across their journey through Group Ascend. Breathe will get himself another plate here too. Xiaohu will walk up. Remember that they have 3 grubs. They give some extra gold over towards that Orianna. With that plate, Weibo, from saying, okay, looking like a bit of panic, a bit of desperation, WE, perhaps not as consistent as we would have thought before as well. We know their composition is hard to play. It's not really that WE a composition either. We can see the flaws in their execution too.
They should be able to clockwork wind up down this turret. Not really any way to stop this. Cube can go tap into 2 shadow dash forward perhaps and clear out the way, but won't happen. And that's just a horrible mess as we see Tien's going to go on forwards here. Monkey shadows away, and that door is not quite right. Monkey's also just off to the side, so I'm not sure if the door had been re-angled, it would change all that much. Block from every angle at once. Then Taeyun here ends up just walking into multiple people blind and dying a horrible death for it. And Light, from a player who had been chunked out a lot, under a lot of pressure this game, suddenly ends up 3-1.
Oh god, we're in Nirvana. Can you smell the teen spirit? Well, if anyone needs some bleach, let me know. That's an album by Nirvana, but people don't remember that because all they remember is Nevermind.
Yeah, well, look, something's in the way of us getting to that album. That's his gameplay in front of us. So
yeah, you know, we haven't really found the final form yet. This game's very much still in utero.
Yeah, well, look, you know, I think a lot of these teams are also fighting for fans, right? But they've got to find a way to unlock it, right? Get inside that heart-shaped box and find a way to really, really earn the fan love.
Honestly, yeah, these teams are a different breed. Breed is gonna get jumped on. Not exactly sure they can do. Look, this guy still has tabbies. He has flash and ult. He is getting away from this, or rather, he should do.
Forced a flash. That's not bad, actually. It's not that much better than Monkey needs to
He uses his shadow. He doesn't have a shadow now.
Oh, no. Does have flash. Has the shadow. Can now look to flash if he needs to. Gets over the fat wall and does so.
Okay, well, Monkey did have that flash at the end of it. Monkey will get out safely.
That's unfortunate for him. Burns the flash. Ends up being effectively a flash for flash trade plus the ult off Breathe. Still a little bit awkward there, not going to lie.
Actually wearing a Nirvana t-shirt, by the way. It's just on the hoodie. Yeah.
In the way. There's something in the way.
There's something in the way. There's a hoodie. Yeah. The fact that look, I'm quite hang on, problem. That's a great chunk off after the double up.
Oh, you should have been looking right. It's always about a girl, and there's 2 of them in the mid lane finding a nice chunk on in. Taeyun gonna turn it around with a culling though. Can't quite find absolutely everything he was looking for.
Dude, Taeyun, last couple of plays, almost becoming the man who solved the game. As he flashes backwards there, luckily. Vampire cancelled out the Misfortune ultimate, but they're losing control of mid lane. That's the big thing. When you start losing control of the mid section, when the bot lane's kind of moves the duo up towards that, you lose first move onto an objective like this.
Yeah, you'll never doubt it, of course. When you're right, you know you're right. Alex has got it bang on there. Herald going down about 5k HP. It looks like WE want to come fight this. And again, with the Eclipse on Monkey, scary here theoretically. The vision control not fantastic though in WE. We've seen them get punished for that before.
They have no engage.
Shuriken chunk. And that they do have is some damage to work with. Oh! No engage! That's not bad, but the follow-up's just not there. The damage is pretty good, though. The in comes Breathe looking for the other side. The Herald's going down. Tien down about half HP.
Yeah, Siren has that ultimate now. And where's your engage now? No flash on that. Karras goes in trying to make up the difference.
That's not bad. Gets one. That's the Orion. Now, perfect execution on the other side. Hung goes down as well. And they keep on playing. The engage is just death.
WE, even though they don't have engage, they have enough damage, and Weibo flub their own entry and will lose 3 in the fight, unexpectedly so.
I can't believe that we got sold up the river like that, where there's no engagement, then cute flash shots.
I was desperately trying to point at the screen midway through that player's breed, had the ultimate coming up midway through. That should have been the turning point for Weibo when they had that Sion ultimate, easy way into the fight. But as they were going towards it, Weibo just completely lose their mind on positioning. See that? Hang on a second, he might be able to jump towards Tay, and he still doesn't have flash right now.
He's gonna die for this. Okay, well, that's the trade.
And Tayan will go down. So that's Herald picked up by Tayan. That's what he died for.
Yeah, he died for that, yeah.
Well, that's what I was just looking for. So I was looking down and saying, well, is it on the hotbar of Monkey? No, it wasn't. So Cube gets the quote-unquote engage here. Does get good damage. But it's, again, how do they actually start a fight? They don't have AoE CC besides that. The problem is now. You have Breathe up with his ultimate, but I think Xiaohu and Light choose very different angles. Light chooses to go back towards mid lane. Why is Light in mid lane? That's the biggest difference here, is the fact that Light says, okay, I don't want this fight. The rest of the team says, yes, I do.
And the other thing is, obviously, a lot of your engage is very melee focused. The Leona's going in, the Xin Zhao's going on, the Sion's going in, and people like Zed, people like Lucian, people like Akali, Shen, they're all very mobile. And if one or more of them can find their way into a backline, it can get very frustrating to keep your backline safe, particularly as some of these items get to come on forwards. Karas looking for another flank angle. TM potentially in danger. Vampire also low. The bullet time will bring him low. To the backside though comes Q. Karas on the back end. Perfectly executes that misfortune. Now needs to think about running away. Has the passive stack. There's the culling. Gets one back. The shockwave drags at least the Akali back towards the decimating smash.
Weibo will still lose 3 in the fight. They get the dragon at least. That's a bonus for them, but still really questioning the team fight positioning of Weibo. Light choosing to flash over the wall instead of flashing towards, say, the solar flare, which actually might have been able to save you. Walk around that. Light feels like he's very disconnected from the team, a player which has often been the player kind of holding up the scaffolds of Weibo at different points. Not always the case, of course. I think you can't say that consistently about any member on this team. Sam punches the microphone for reasons beyond my knowledge.
Rage at this.
So Light thinks he has a bit of HP. Karas gets shunted away because the Stand Unite is onto him, and he flashes out of that shadow there. So okay, that one's actually relatively good. Then the question is, why is the solar flare in the way that it is? See that Hung and Light trying to achieve different things but executing a little bit differently. Suppose the dragon going over means that Weibo don't leave completely empty-handed. Where do you want me to move this microphone?
No, that was it. Was what happened?
Where do you want me to move this? Because you're just punching it midway through the cast.
So let me explain. What happened was I drank a bit of my coffee.
Yes.
And the lip seal wasn't perfect, and so there was a little line of coffee going down. I didn't want to drop onto my chair or my jeans, so I rushed to get a thumb to the drip of coffee. And in rushing so much, I punched the microphone.
In your anger, it seems you killed her.
Killed the microphone, yeah.
Where is Padme? Is she safe?
Is that what you call your microphone, Padme?
No, that's what Darth Vader says at the end of episode 3.
Of course. Sorry, I should have known that. That's very silly.
Yeah, it's an easy mistake to make. No, my microphone is actually not called Padme.
I plugged the microphones in.
Yeah, damn, gonna have to. Yeah, what you doing? I'm force choking my microphone. Why? Why have you done that? But by the way, some people might be wondering why the Sion has gone for Hollow Radiance first item, despite the fact that you're against the Shen in lane, which mainly does physical damage. Hollow Radiance has a much better HP scaling on the burn effect. It has something like a 4% max HP scaling or bonus HP scaling onto it, which means that you have better wave clear, you have better damage technically as well, whereas Sunfire Cape only has 1% scaling on it. While Sunfire is still a very good defensive item, it doesn't always give you the damage and wave clear if you're looking for that a little bit more. And of course, he's moving into one enemy spare now, which will, and alongside the skill caps, gives him enough armor anyway.
Like, don't get me wrong, it's a slightly more selfish / risky build, but I think with the fact that the Sion's already gotten a bit of a lead, has already gotten some defensive stats, could justify going to the Hollow Radiance just fine. And if you can get away with it, a lot of laners and a lot of champions will.
Atakan now up.
Only what about the Atakan? What if you can't do it?
Well, that's down then, Sam. And, yeah. So Atakan is up, Atakan is down. Yeah. If they're two opposite. It's like the
Atakan
two...
is up is up.
Hang on a second. Monkey...
oh, I see what the idea was.
Going towards the Eclipse and the Yomis. Monkey will be a real threat towards Light. He's got enough gold. He's 1,000 gold up to be a threat. At least get half of the HP from the MF, and that can be really important because, let's be honest, the MF is already having a bit of a difficult time positioning, whether that is through miscommunication or WE's good plays anyway. W do have 1,000 gold lead. And we'll have to track how well they can shut down that misfortune. As we said in the draft, if they don't cleanly get onto that carry, Sion will run this game.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong, you've got lots of tools to get to the backline via mobility, like this. Xiaohu forced to flash, Deathmark is down. Take that flash on the Orianna quite happily.
And they go with the Sion ult. The Sion ult could be really big here.
Solar Flare slow. Karis in danger. Shuriken flip. The Stand United comes on in. That drags the Akali to the backline. Brings the Chen in. Looking for damage onto Light. Karis lands the Shuriken flip. Misfortune is dead. Culling comes on down. They lose the Akali, but the damage back is going to get pretty good. Breeze getting low. Taking over the one. The Xiaohu Rubby got no flash. Trying to get some help is Hong. Trying to keep his mid laner alive. Will not be able to do much more than trade his life, but does keep the Orianna vaguely alive. Teleport available for Xiaohu to come back in potentially. Flash back out. Breathe low, but not down. Still tanking. Tien can look to come back on in. Vampire is low. Winter Spike goes white.
Once again, Breathe goes a little too far. As he tries to junk into the team, the Akali jumps over the shoulder, and the Sion is therefore not between the carries and the enemy players, which can threaten them. Breathe initially with a good play there after the fight was disengaged, but I think Karis jumping in with the Shen is becoming a big issue because Weibo don't know how to reposition. Watch this again, right? The Solar Flare comes through, Sion comes through as well, and look what Karis does. Dodges out, and then Breathe is not between Karis and, of course, the Shen teleporting in and the carries which are taking the damage. The front line has failed to do its job. Light dies before Breathe can get back in position, and Weibo as a whole end up getting punished for it. There's no bullet time in this fight at all.
You are very lucky that Xiaohu doesn't die here as well. That Ardent Blaze was a pixel off claiming that kill. Ends up being a 2 for 2 in the end. Mid lane turret has now fallen. All the while, though, Dragon has spawned. And Bow Gaming really want to pick this one up.
So there are no flashes on WE. That is crucial. There is a flash on Light. I don't think WE should actually be fighting for this. I think they should be waiting until their cooldowns come back up. They are at a summoner disadvantage. Breathe is in a decent position.
Light's
whereas Light isn't there. But, I mean, all that Karis can jump onto right now is the front line. Now he's back with the team. He has flash. Karis doesn't remember. The Stand United will have to come in and be on good timing.
Breeze's going to face check it. There they go. Looking for Karis. Just gets slowed by that Roar of the Slayer. Decimating smash. Going to land. Karis rocket belts away before he can get the full charge down.
So, Monkey now trying to get some poke out as well with that Eclipse and the Scorch War. Can do a little bit there. Dragon starts it up. Remember, W don't really have the summoners to fight this. They need to be very careful. And Breeze's in a good position here to hold up the front line.
His best, down to half HP. Karis again on the flank, but the vision control is not great for WE on the other side of the river where they'd like to be playing around. Down to 2k HP. Karis still looking for that flank. Hun doing his best to body block. Nice steal from Monkey, who does get that Q smite down. Taeyun in danger. Will go down in trade. They get the Shadow Dash taunt though. Looking to turn it around. The bullet time is good this time. Vampire puts the door. It's been too little too late. The TP comes in onto Monkey, but the Stand United will not keep the Zed alive. Cube taunts over the wall, and they go 3 for 1. Dragon is secure, but it was a messy fight.
I don't even think Monkey did that with the passive. Typically, that's how a Zed would go in, the shadow in to get that down. Karis might even feel like he can get himself mid lane turret now if WE are not wave clearing effectively. Okay, should be able to get here now. Shockwave to clear that wave just to make sure that Karis doesn't look for a jump over the wave too. Potentially could have gone for the solo kill there onto Xiaohu even under the turret. Like we'll get bot lane out to turret. But this was a chance for soul point for Weibo while they had summoner advantage. No flash on Knight, not on Knight, on Karis. It's a K starting mid laner. We're playing Akali. Sometimes they do get confused for that. We'll go for Shen as well. So what the heck happens here? Monkey, I mean, does he get an auto attack on target? No, it's just a smite. It's just a smite. So missing the smite just Tien that. Goes straight on Tien. I think he's fine trading 1-for-1 here. Like, I mean, if the AD carries down, and especially when it's one as dangerous in the split fights as the Lucian, I think that's big value.
Monkey realizing their way out, tried to go forward and get something, had the Stand United shield come on through, but just a little too little, a little too late. And the gold lead is actually there, though, now for Weibo Gaming, and that's great news for them. Having that soul point denied, though, is still going to be tricky. Also note Xiaohu's build this game. He's gone towards that Luden Storm Surge we saw him do before, and in fairness, in this game, sometimes you just need to pop one of those carries jumping at your head.
So the difficulty there is you can get one shot very easily by any of the damaging members of WE, which is why he's going towards the Zhonya's next. So that is an important note. If you get to a good shockwave though onto Zed, Akali, Lucian, they die. That is important. You do need to do good damage here. What that means is that you don't have to get good consistent DPS, which is quite hard to do against a quintuple dash team. Every single member of WE has a mobility spell. I mean, Zed technically has blinks, but whatever.
They get to move around a lot, yes.
They have high mobility. So as long as you get the single rotation on target with this build, you're still getting value.
Atacon now a consideration. Part of the issue WE ran into last time around the Dragon was the lack of vision control. It does feel like Weibo Gaming, if they're in the river first, it's quite hard to dislodge them, especially if they're sat there defending their wards.
So, real credit to WE for playing out this competition. I think Karis in particular has been doing very well on the Akali to deliver the
Really
Shen into the backline.
yeah.
The Kinku combo. You stand united on top of the perfect execution. Really good way to just kind of submarine your way into the backline. However, it's really hard to play around such long cooldowns in such important fights because you know you need to find quite slim angles in every fight to walk away with them. Very hard to do that when you've got, like with both summoners available. Potentially see if Hung can get him sorted. I actually wonder if he should go towards Mikhail's, later, just to be able to get out of that taunt. Light maybe goes for a QSS, but I feel like that's the one way you lose this game, is if Light is consistently shut down.
I half wonder if we see the Zhonya's on the Misfortune. We saw it very occasionally
if it goes late game enough, maybe.
Because I'm looking at this now, there's now a Serpent's Fang in the inventory for Monkey. He's got 3 items on this Zed, by the way. Will absolutely be eviscerating anyone he gets a full combo on. There's not a lot here that anyone not named Sion can really do about it. Maybe the Leona, obviously, with the shield bash can hold him in place for a second or two, but it's not that easy either. Does mean that things like the Bloodthirsty shield not as defensive as they would have been pre that item for sure.
Well, all this is happening too. Just keep in mind how strong this Sion is getting. 1.5k up, 2 items. WE don't have a good way to kill Sion.
No.
Not really. You have full burst on your mid jungle, which is about killing the AD carry in the mid lane. Sure, I understand that. The AD carry, not gone towards the Lord Dominant's regards, again going for burst. WE have made it very clear we want to ignore the Sion, kill the backline, and then we'll figure out how to deal with the Sion after in like a 4v1 or whatever. If Breathe can position himself between the damaging members and his own carries, I think Weibo win almost any fight.
It's good timing on that as well, because if you turn your eyes, dear viewers, to the top right of your screens, you will see 43 seconds and counting until the Infernal Dragon is spawning. That will be sole point again, but this time for either team. But Atacon and Baron are up on the other side of the map. Could be some interesting decision-making to come in the next few moments.
Atacon's been started up. Weibo might choose to say, look, we haven't got control over bot side. We will force you into a top side vision instead. W walking up the river, clearing vision. But that means that Weibo know where they are.
Down to 7,000. They know what's happening now. In comes the teleport from that Sion. Karis looking for the flank for another. Oh, he nails it again! It's Taehyung with the culling!
Monkey flashed in for the smite to help the culling kill it, but the engage comes after.
Vampire likely will die for this. That's okay in some ways. 1 for the Atacon's not bad, but Baron and the Infernal Dragon's still available.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's a cool moment because it's a steal. Atacon doesn't win you games anymore, really, though. If this leads to a Baron and the Dragon, it's not worth. Monkey used his flash. You won't have that as a flash ult on towards Light, and he doesn't have currently the smite available either. There's a ward in the pit. Monkey does have a shadow, does have an ult to get in as well, can use that for vision. Karis needs to pull off a miracle with the Stand United. Wait, why is Breeze not there? Where is Breeze?
Oh, they're doing it to the backside. Monkey is low. He's caught in the pit. All the while, Karis trying to buy some time. Lasagna is propped for a moment or two. Shadow dash across, trying to give Karis his base. Can't quite do it. The flash for the taunt will finally bring the Orianna down, but they're going to have to reset. That's still Baron to Weibo Gaming.
Why is Breathe in mid lane while the team is on Baron? Breathe is the most important member on this map. He is the one true frontliner that can genuinely turn this game. They will have the damage. No, they do. They have them set light here too. Monkey is still around though. Breathe has ult again.
Look to get into the backline. There's a Hung. Jump over the wall with that time for that blast cone. Buy some time, but they've just blown up Tien. Keep on playing. Look for the passive of Braum. Onto Breathe. They've killed off the Leona as well. Monkey continues to auto. Now Breeze in that 1v3 we were talking about. The culling comes on through, and the giant beast from Noxus is finally felled.
Monkey gets a huge combo, but Taehyung is the slippery eel which slips away. WE turn what should have been a guaranteed losing situation into a huge fight. The Baron and likely the Dragon afterwards. Weibo Gaming once again throwing such an advantageous scenario.
Well, very low, but Cube gets TP in and they get it. They can reset and be quite happy with their games. Incredible defense from WE.
Really have to question what Breathe has been doing though in the last few minutes. In this initial, on the Atacon, sure, that's whatever. It's a great smite from Monkey, who goes for the shadow backwards so he can flash in, get the steal, and immediately W out. It's very mechanically well played there. You leave the shadow behind you to make sure you have an exit route. After this point, Breathe should not be on midway. The double assassins need to be afraid of the Sion. They do not need to be scared of anyone else. And that's a big difference there. Xiaohu does actually get a very good Zhonya's here. It makes this much more playable. Light even doesn't get hit by this. Breeze, though, should have been here at the start. Big mistake from the front liner. If he's not there, it makes a huge difference. And then another big issue after this, too, is Breeze still has his ultimate now to come back off the cooldown, but he doesn't end up using it in a good way. I don't know whether he runs out of mana, actually, towards different parts of this fight. I think he actually does.
Yeah, he does.
If he has the ultimate, this is a straight kill. Breeze even misusing his basic mana manipulation in this fight. Has a Q at the end of it. But you notice on the bottom left and throughout most of that play, he had his ultimate available. Huge mistake from the top laner at the beginning and the end of this play.
And also give a bit of a shout out there in a way I wasn't expecting to Monkey as well. He resets as the Baron is going down, and with Shadows and Ghostblade is so fast off the reset with home guards, he's there again in 15 seconds. That's very quick out of the base, and it's now level 17 Zed, by the way. Exactly like this, Lucian or the Sakalia miles behind either, and sure, Breathe, you can try and play greedy, save that mid lane tier 1, keep Taeyun out of that fight, but you weren't there to play the blocker that you needed to.
Man, Weibo, one of very few teams in the world which could lose a game like this. We have a couple of them in this region. Maybe IG can throw the name into the hat. But well, I actually have to say, IG are actually quite clutch in the late game. They get better as the game goes on. It's off in the early game. Here comes the ult through from the Scion. Gets no damage down, doesn't even get the slow. Breathe, bad accuracy there.
The Soul Furnace procs, the only damage he really gets, and that's about it. Thinking of the inventory of Taeyun now as well, he's going towards that Lord Dominic's far, so he'll be doing a lot of damage now. Dashes away from the Decimating Smash. Monkey also just looking for that poke at this point. It's going to stick onto a lot of these very squishy members.
Quite worried about the way that Light and Hung are playing as well. There are some guaranteed kind of CC combos onto the Zed you can have. If Zed ults the Misfortune, you walk into melee range of the Leona, which means the Zed can get instantly queued by the Leona. That's the game pattern. It's a decent trade here. The Shadow's down. Doesn't have flash either.
Does manage to get on out for a moment, but he's just dead to TM. Light just about survives. Breathe now looking to get onto Taeyun, who's dashed early, but managed to dodge away for a second. But there's the Solar Flare continuing to dash away, though. Manages to get out all the while, though. Look at the Shen is getting played in the mid lane. Flash from Breathe, running onto Taeyun, who continues to dodge away the slow from the Winter's Bite. Keeps him alive. Vampire sidesteps. That wind becomes lightning. And they manage to kill off Monkey, but lose 2 turrets for it.
Yeah, Taeyun using the Ardent Blaze move speed there to escape. Very important that he ends up getting out alive. If he's dead, I think Weibo have such an extra lease on life on the map. Again, I don't want to be too overly critical because W are playing out the skirmish as well in their own way. I guess they lose Monkey, so it's still negative play, but Taeyun particularly playing well there. However, he shouldn't make it out there. He had no flash, he'd use his E, and Hung completely airballs the ultimate. If you get a stun there, instantly dead, you don't escape that. So, another misexecution from Weibo, and the more I look at this gameplay from game after game in these early games to going towards now what is the late game, panic is one of the most obvious emotions I can see on Weibo in terms of their gameplay. Panic, some desperation, seems to be snatching and grabbing, and I think their execution is falling because of it.
That it is. Dragons in 2 minutes. Soul point for WE. Look at those items, because the thing is right now, we've gotten to the point where any one of Zed, Lucian, and Akali can murderize the Orianna or the Misfortune mid-fight. And we've seen exactly how it's supposed to work. Is if Weibo Gaming are pulling the trigger, it's leaving significant amounts of the defensive pieces away from the Ori, away from the Misfortune. And there are so many champions who can take that window from a random angle to get onto those, and they'll win the 1v1s, they'll win the 1v2s. And that's really problematic here in these fights. And I don't think Weibo have really done the gaming out of how these fights are supposed to look into a comp that is a bit unusual. We've seen IG running these kinds of comps recently as well.
Yes, I think that's a way to put it. It's the gaming out of it. They should know that they have the CC in the front line to deal with assassins from WE. But when they engage, they lose their heads a little bit and they think, oh, I've got the CC. Okay, well, there's another guy coming in with a Shen into your backline. I don't think they figured that out just yet. Tian, Breathe, Hung, it is on them really to communicate effectively what they're looking for and the CC that they have left to peel for their carries. You have 2 immobile carries in the backline. If carries flies onto them with an ult from Cube, they die very, very easily. You must have something left for them flying into the backline.
I think the frustration here at Weibo is understandable. However, I also want to give serious credit to WE, who have actually played out this game with a very mechanically intensive composition to execute with really quite well. There's been fantastic plays from pretty much everyone. It's not been the cleanest, but actually you've seen how this comp is supposed to work and how dangerous it can be if you're going to draft immobile backline carries. You can consistently take them out of plays.
30 seconds till Dragon now. Bree's going to walk over Vision. Has himself 3.5 items. He is still very, very tanky. He's 1,000 gold down now onto the Shen, but still the Scion is pretty nasty to deal with. Tane does have anti-tank items now. We'll see what the damage check's like. It's not very good for the side of W8, but he's still very, very tanky.
He's pretty silly right now. He's got how many stacks? 1,600 odd. That's quite a lot of shield to work with. Of course, the issue is they're not winning the side lanes either into the Akali or the Shen. And they are now saying, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Karras gets the bot wave shot and then pulls off to look for the flank as he has done the entire time.
Cube is still staying in top side. Remember that it would be Infernal Soul for WE. Cube can still ult into the way. Karras uses his E and was seen there from Xiaohu.
Culling's just burned as well. Didn't really get that much value. Shadow's down from Monkey as well. I think they might just have to give this one up. Hung goes on in. Dash away from Taylor to the backline goes Karras. Dragon secured. Looking to get onto Light nonetheless. Especially with the stand united on top. Xiaohu goes golden. Shadow's out looking to slash around a little bit. Monkey gets over the wall onto Light. Can't quite get the kill. But he can with the Shadow Slash. Gets another. Both lane carries die to the Zeds. The unseen blade is the deadliest. Finds a few more. Now Breathe. And Leona still going to be in danger. A teleport out will get them to safety for the side of Breathe, but a triple to the Zed. Immaculate team fighting.
Weibo lose their heads as Monkey dashes around them time after time. So many shadows allowing him to dip in and out of the fight. 10, 3, and 6. The Zed jungle looking mighty stylish.
Well, you have to ask exactly what WE can do if they're going to be playing comps like this. It's a lot of fun. The Shadow Assassin in the jungle. Arrival in both the top and the mid. It's a fun composition. It's a wild execution that they have to go through to get here, but it is a bloodbath that WIN will secure regardless. 2-0 versus Weibo Gaming, and they'll even up their scoreline.
Weibo will get leapfrogged by WE and fall down to 7th place as WE claim themselves a 6th place finish in Group Ascend. Very good result for them, but Weibo on the other side, a team that has been to Worlds 2 times in the last 2 years, a team that was in last summer finals, is a team that you expect to continue to do well. Weibo is a team which many people internationally have expected now to turn up on their screens in finals, in regional events. This is free fall for them. WE claiming the advantage here and getting themselves into a better seeding for the play-ins to playoffs.
The support revolving door continuing to be a problem. The team looks a bit lost. They're putting Breathe onto tanks and still not playing out team fights with a comp that should have been pretty easy to execute a front to back with. And yes, they were into a montage comp that has all the tools to get past people that they want to get past. However, it shouldn't have been that easy pretty much every fight.
So I'm sure many of you, look, as a viewer, often you want to focus on the positive, and that's absolutely true. Myself as an analyst, I have to look at, realistically, how could this game have changed?
Yeah.
Say, for instance, that last Dragon fight. They saw the Akali on the wave. Use E there as well. There was a potential to go there. They choose to go towards the Dragon itself. You need to stop punching the microphone. To potentially allow themselves to attack one side of that fight rather than the other. They stick into that fight. They don't peel for the misfortune. He's left then alone. And actually, Light does an incredible job of staying alive at that point with no help from the rest of their team. The front line of Weibo did not understand how to play these team fights in that game. And that's a huge issue for a team with so much notoriety as individual players on paper and the skill sets that they have shown before. This team is in dire straits. And going into playoffs, I mean, yes, they'll be up against, I assume it's TT in the first round.
Would assume, yeah.
I think it is, given that the parts of the seeding of like the top 2 teams from Nirvana and then into Ascend. But I can't in good faith say that would be a clean victory for Weibo against TT, despite the fact that they look a little bit more shaky now. I think TT, given the fact that they beat Weibo in the last time, TT could be going out before they even get into playoffs proper. They could get knocked out in the play-ins.
It's going to be tricky to watch. On the other side, I think for WE, this is another game where they've drafted something very different. We have been questioning, okay, why are you guys moving away from what's been working for you with the globals and stuff? If you're able to play this kind of comp and actually execute it pretty well, it wasn't flawless, but you're playing a comp that was always going to be messy in team fights. You just have to be the better half of the mess, right? But this is a comp that obligates teams to get dragged down into the muck. And if they are in the muck, you've got champions who play in it so much better. And you've got a player like Monkey, who is a Graves specialist, loves those champions that can get in and brawl, pulls that Zed, looks like that, that's great news. Karras on the Akali, really good game from him as well. And then obviously Taeyun, who has been the rock for this team at a very high level, even when they have been struggling. This could be a really fun team. I don't expect them necessarily to have the deepest run in playoffs, but it is great to see, again, much like with a team like say FPX, the trajectories of both these teams across this split, across this year, have been really positive considering the point they started out. Taeyun and Monkey putting out some very impressive numbers there.
I mean, Taeyun skipping around those fights. I think that Karis being able to deliver the Shen so consistently into the backline was a huge point of this game. And yeah, Monkey had some highlight montages too. However, look, really, I don't want to be too anti-WE here, because I know there's like a bit of back and forth because you in chat, there's a lot of people in chat which really like this team, and sometimes I kind of like play the contrarian to it for that. But like, I look at this game, and the way this game looks differently is if Weibo's frontline know what they're doing.
Yeah. And it gets a lot harder if you have to navigate a side queue every time you look on a misfortune.
I think that WE played this game very well. This composition shouldn't win versus Weibo's composition. It's if the frontline knows what they're doing. And well, and this is the thing that I'm saying, Noah. Like you can joke about being a WE fan and stuff in chat and stuff like that, and I'll play the contrarian, which is why I'm trying to like give you an objective analysis point beyond the jokes there, because not everything is going to be jokes in the chat, right? I'm trying to, you know, do my job as an analyst to tell you the actual story of the game and the team.
And there is some truth to that, right? That I think, in fairness to WE, they did a very good job of making very difficult decisions, or making Weibo have to take very difficult decisions in terms of where they move, where they should be standing, especially when you have got to deal with every player pretty much having a way to threaten the backline from a different angle, from a very long way away. And especially if your vision control isn't immaculate, it can get quite hard to read and track all of those moments. Especially when actually, you know, that one there, look, you get the shockwave as they're coming in with the Shen and the Akali, and there's still another dash afterwards that comes forward. Like, you have to layer it almost, and that got problematic as well once a number of these carries got enough damage to them that they were able to just keep going, right?
So what that means is, yes, W will leapfrog Weibo. Like, this is the matchup for 6-7s, and W will be ahead of them. And you know, I think even people who are Weibo fans out there, you can't argue that they should deserve to be 6th. Weibo have massively underperformed. These are probably the two biggest kind of deltas compared to that first split. Weibo getting completely destroyed. Oh, I don't know. Weibo weren't fantastic in the first split either. But Weibo completely falling apart this year. WE performing a lot better than on paper they should do with this roster, with a lot of players who we've criticized in the past. They found a good unit together. They understand when to go in at the same time. What we've often found is that once you get beyond this point, you face against the IGs and everyone else above them, their laning phase can sometimes struggle. In fact, we even saw that in this game, right? The early levels were looking pretty awkward up until, you know, one big mistake was made, and they had to kind of like X-factor their way into it with, you know, mistakes being played from Weibo. This play here. Like, look at this. Light does all of this alone. But where the hell are Hung and Breathe? They're just in the wrong position here. And then this point here, Light, so this Light makes a big mistake there. You don't walk into the shadow. You walk out. Because he's trying to Bloodthirster off of him. He doesn't have that shield. So Light, yeah, just gets a little bit outplayed there really by Monkey. Monkey was very, very slick. Zed often survives on very low HP, even when he gets a good play. Very good play from him.
And I wonder who the MVP will be, because I can see Taeyun doing. He actually had a really good Lucian game. I think Monkey as well played a very good
Monkey
game.
with the objective steals probably has to be him, right?
Yeah, those are the two people I think are the front runners for me. I think it's probably Monkey, but I wouldn't hate seeing Taeyun either. And it's important to shout out that he was also very good, because again, this was a very mechanically intensive team to play, right? And actually, to WE's credit, they did do that very well.
Yeah, they did. And we'll see who the MVP is now. It was Monkey. I mean, he was so slick in that last fight. The objective steals, the assassinations. Monkey, well, even in the early parts of the game, was doing quite well versus the Shinzao as well. At points. Monkey was good. Monkey was good.
full set of votes for Monkey. I think that's not unreasonable. He did have a very good Zed game. All right, Alex. I might want to get us some lunch. Are you potentially okay to do the last series? Because I'm doing NLC this evening.
Yep.
And I might be a bit tight in terms of making sure my voice is going to be functional.
All good.
So I might have to leave you guys here. I'll be back shortly to come bring back the joys of food for dearest Alexander. But I am going to be casting the final offline series of the NLC before people start heading to Denmark. So come tune and see what...
We lost on level 5 out of that happened.
Yeah.
Level 3.
It was awful. We lost at level 1 before that.
What?
I know.
How?
People weren't locked in, Alex.
Damn. Those are meant to be the easy runs, Jesus.
好的，欢迎来到赛后采访。大家好，我是小优。那么首先是恭喜西安 WE 在主场2-0战胜 WBG。那我们邀请到的就是打野选手 Monkey， 先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 WE 的打野选手 Monkey。
欢迎 Monkey 选手。首先啊，恭喜你们再一次在主场战胜了 WBG， 而且呢，今天也是在所有的双节大战中获胜，而且还拿到了我们的2连 MVP。想问一下大家，今天 Monkey 的节帅不帅？确实帅节啊！那想问一下，现在心情怎么样呢？
就非常开心吧，今天确实节玩的比较好。
确实节玩的比较好，自己也很满意啊。那我们聊一聊今天的比赛啊。首先，今天的第一局其实开局血腥程度就很高，不停的越塔和交闪，那么很多波的中野的火拼。想问一下，你们第一局前期的进攻思路是怎么样的呢？
因为是巨魔列娜塔这个组合吧，就是打起来就是前面一定要拿优势的，不然的话发育到后面不好打。然后我就想着跟对面 AD 换人头嘛，然后换经济。这样的话，我第一条龙就可以控得很快，一直逼对面过来打龙团。
确实，前期的节奏都行云流水，为后期的胜利做了很好的铺垫。整个第一局的感受就是每个资源点你们的落位都很及时，而且你们的进攻也很主动啊。那特别是在24分钟封龙魂的那波团，你们完美分割到微博的阵型之后拿下龙魂。想问一下，那个资源短你们是怎么去布控的呢？
因为就是20分钟差不多已经封红龙魂了，就是对面一定要来接的，然后我就想着，本来节目要单带嘛，但是我想着我们这波打赢了就赢了，我就想着只要让节目踢过去，我们所有人落位等着对面过来打架。
是的，那一波也是非常的及时，而且发挥的很完美。那你的巨魔也是拿下了第一局的 MVP。那第二局就很有意思了，我们看到阵容啊，就是盛佳杰加阿卡丽的3惹者阵容。那这个其实在我们的比赛当中是非常少见的嘛。想问一下当时的 BP 思路是怎么样的呢？
就我想着是我们要玩卢锡安嘛，然后那个阵容又合适，我就想着下去4楼直接出节嘛，然后我想着对面没什么好打我的，然后再让我们的中单去 counter 对面，然后对面选了赵信加发条嘛，然后我们阿卡丽也比较好发挥，然后就选出了3人的阵容。
是在我们还对这个阵容打一个问号的时候，最关键的点其实就是在厄塔韩你们抢下之后呢，大龙团当时以为是微博的回合，但是卢锡安在微博的这个追击下逃出生天，并且反打之后拿下了双杀，你们接管了那条大龙。当时那一波你们是怎么去沟通的呢？
就那一波我们其实只有3个人嘛，然后对面是4个都在打，但是我看对面状态不是很好，当时队友都想走，我想着让队友去操作嘛，因为我刚避了满血出来。技能全在，打起来很猛的，然后队友就去操作了，也操作得很好。闪现第一波把赵信拉开，然后后续就收割嘛，就没什么操作。
确实是收割战场，也想问一下这一套阵容，你觉得如果说他打出的效果要打一个分数的话，你觉得能打多少分
？10分吧，赢了就是满分。
赢了就是满分哈，那也是我觉得很有意思的一套阵容，在后续有可能再拿出来让我们看一看吗？
阵容合适肯定还是会
选。阵容合适还是会选，我们可以后续再来期待一下。那么这一场比赛也算是常规赛圆满的收官了嘛？其实可以简单回顾一下，因为 WE 呢是从小组赛、晋升赛一路披荆斩棘、过关斩将，晋升到我们登峰组的，并且呢在高手如云的组内赛当中也是经历了爬坡，并且经历了连胜还有平静，再到现在收官战取胜。你觉得现在的西安 WE 是处在哪个阶段呢？如果想要走得更远，要补足哪些方面呢？
就处在一个还在进阶的阶段嘛，就是还是没有特别厉害的那种，然后主要是还是需要去提升英雄池，然后 各方面的东西吧。
那后续我们还是可以有很多的惊喜可以来期待一下。那现在马上要打骑士之路了嘛？那现在已知你们将要对阵到的就是在25号呢，将要对阵到的是涅槃组的第1名老干爹战队。那么也想问一下，你们会以怎样的心态去面对这场比赛呢？
就我们输了的话是打TT， 赢了是打老干爹嘛。但是我觉得我们就是以平常心去对待吧，打2个队伍其实哪个都一样的，就是不要轻敌，然后打好我们自己的。
不要轻敌，全力以赴。那正好昨天是你们的中单选手凯尔斯的生日嘛，那我相信今天的这场比赛也是给他最好的一个生日礼物了。那也想问一下，在这个时机有没有什么话想要对你的队友说吗？
就今天队友辛苦了嘛，然后每个人打的都很好，然后沟通也很积极，就是大家后面加油吧。
大家后面加油。那么也再次感谢 Monkey 今天发挥的非常出色，也期待你们后续的表现。谢谢你接受我的采访，也感谢所有粉丝们到场的支持。那么本场的赛后采访就到这里，让我们一起来看一下本场比赛的 Spotlight 吧。
来过来吧，
延续在走，延续在走，
辅助没闪，辅助没闪，辅助。
我的扑克，我的扑克，
开，我可以看，我给到了，这位置随便赢，这位置随便赢，看，他EZ输出不了，我有 W，随便赢，不让急，EZ，反击没闪，杀 EZ，上，大龙50秒，
没有，
猜中，来猜中，
延续没闪，我逼。
哎，干他没闪，干他，
延续这里，延续
到后面，我没 W 了嘛，
延续也没闪
，OK， 别给，他们打的不快 ，Go， 他们赛恩，我很猛，我这波出来满血很猛，看一下吧，赛恩往脸上一顶，哪怕给了我们把人杀了也行，56千血，我能抢，操作 ，AD 死了就能赢。
I guess H is fake.
可以操作，招新没闪，招新死了，慢，能赢，辅助吗？看我，能赢，杀 AD，杀了，杀完，我有被动，一波吗？一波不掉，八跳油梯，大龙小龙来打，老 AD，我来扛，招新没闪，兄弟，我这姐，你个学霸。
No. Alright, is that a solo leveling thing? DSC6. Huh. I didn't realize that was a word. Could do one more. Okay, so NIP, this is the last match of our regular season, folks. Last match of our regular season. Okay, I need to run some adverts as well, don't I? I need to run some adverts. That's actually, I don't know. There's no good place to put this on the screen. It's just going to be there, isn't it? It'd be quite nice to like have an ability to see the definitions of those words, and then also like see the ones which you don't get as well. You actually learn some stuff. Meld. Oh, we already had a meld. Here. 1xn versus leaves their key matchup. I could agree with that. I'll look at some of the graphics on screen. Jesus Christ, that leaves been putting in some work. Like, it's so hard for one. It's so hard for Thundertalk to do that much. Fun fact for Pintulus. Let me think. I've got one about the LPL. So Knight, when he was deciding his name, didn't want Knight with a K on it. He just wanted like a Knight. As in like the time of day, Night. And then it was like, oh, well, that name's already taken. So I'll just put like a random letter in front of it. And he chose K. So it was like K Knight. And it just so happened it was another word. So it was completely by accident that he came into the name Night. He wasn't looking for it. He was looking for like nighttime instead. Switch over to the scene because my camera's off. Oh, is this Dimby's 10-year anniversary is coming up? Wait, is it his 20-year anniversary or is it coming up later? Let's see if NIP has posted anything. Yeah, I think Knight is a better name than Knight with the K. Today is Durnby's 10th anniversary. Congratulations, Durnby. Congratulations. I wonder if they'll interview him for his 10th anniversary.
Hello， 大家好，在赛前为大家邀请到深圳 NIP 的中路选手杜云碧，欢迎碧哥跟大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是深圳 NIP 中单杜云碧。
首先要对你说一声恭喜，今天你是你的 LPL 的登场10周年，我们感觉你一路走来永远都保持着乐观和热情。想问一下，这10年当中支撑你走下去的最大动力是什么呢？
这10年支撑我走下来的动力，可能是我对这个游戏和赛场的热爱吧。
热爱不变。那么其实今天呢，也是你们组内赛的收官之战。这2个月队伍有所起伏，但大家也在不断的努力去解决问题，去不断的调整。那最后的收官战，有什么话想加油打气的，想要跟队友们说呢？
想跟队友们说的话是，我们先把 TT 拿下，然后我们的后面的骑士之路，我们看我们走到哪一步就走到哪一步。我们先把今天的比赛拿下。
好的，也让我们赛场再见。同时也为大家邀请到 TT 的中路选手 세텝 안녕하세요. 먼저 여러분들께 인사 부탁드립니다.
你好，大家好，我是 TT 中单 세텝。
比较遗憾，队伍目前是处于一个连败当中。那你觉得，如果想要在今天为大家展现出一个很好的竞技力，队伍需要做怎么样的调整，或者说需要做怎么样的一些准备呢？지금 아쉽게 연패하고 있는데 혹시 오늘 좋은 경기력이 보여주기 위해 어떤 준비를 하셨는지, 어떤 부분에 집중하면서 이렇게 게임을 하실 건가요?
저희가 부족했던 부분이 사실 게임 중반 단계 운영 단계라고 생각을 해서 그 부분에 대해 계속 피드백을 하면서 노력했던 것 같습니다.
那其实我觉得我们队内目前主要存在的问题是处于游戏的中期当中，特别是可能运营的部分还有一些不足。那我们也是针对这些部分不断的去进行复盘，不断的去努力，也在不断的调整改进的过程当中。那其实今天也是你们组内赛的最后一场嘛，面对到深圳 NIP 的话，也想问一下你们今天希望展现出一个怎么样的面貌呢？有什么样的对比赛的期待呢？ 그리고 오늘 2라운드 마지막 경기인데 혹시 어떤 기대가 있으신지, 어떤 모습이 나오고 싶은지 여쭙겠습니다.
사실 팀적으로 이제 경기력이 되게 좋았으면 하는 마음이 있고 좋은 경기력이 나오면은 승패 상관없이 좀 더 발전할 수 있다고 생각을 해서 좋은 경기력만 나오면 좋을 것 같습니다.
那我其实觉得，能够展现出一个非常好的竞技力，可能在我心中是比较重要的一件事情，可能和胜负无关。如果我们能够在比赛当中不断的去进步学习，然后为大家展现出一个很好的一个竞技力的话，对于我来说会是一个比较满足的状态。我们也会集中在这一点不断的努力。好的，也祝你们一切顺利，让我们赛场再见。
Okay, teams will walk out onto the stage now. I'll see if I have enough energy to get through our last regular season series. We've saved a series until last. TT and IP. I don't know, man. TT, I just want to see them have a soul again. I want to see them have a spark again, because this team looks so dead.
首先欢迎深圳 Ninjas in Pajamas 上单 Solo Q 打野 Aki 中单 Doing B 下路 Live 辅助 PP God。
And Doomby's 10th anniversary. Aww. I hope he has a good game for his
接下来欢迎 Thunder
as a
Talk
treat.
Gaming
He's been playing really well recently.
上单
His Akali games were
打野
really
小
good.
黄人中单 Setup 下路 EXN 辅助 Feather。 LPL 第二赛段组内赛第8周第4日第2场，深圳 NIP 对阵 TT 即将开始。LPL 无畏竞巅峰。
Okay, see if I can't remember who played the 1v1 last time actually for NIP. I can have a check actually, quick check. Should be getting into our 1v1 soon. Wait, Thunder Talk's other 2 divisions lifted trophies the other day? And their league division can't even end their loss streak. Is that true? What are their other divisions? Who are they? Is it still Thunder Talk in other games, or are they under different names? Shanji played the... Wait, who played the last one? Okay. Let's have a look-see. Doomby did play their last one, so Solo Kill playing their 1v1 today. Solo Kill versus Setup. Oh, PUBG Mobile and Honor Kings. Right, gotcha, gotcha. Do you think it might be back? I can quickly do that now and hope that's fine. Into our 1v1 we go. So Varus is up and available. That looks like the pretty scary one. We have seen some people playing Zed and Orianna more recently. Well, less Orianna, Kiara maybe. Rookie's played some of that. I think for their last 1v1s, a lot of people want to do mirror matchups. In fact, our last 4 1v1s that we've had have been Zed versus Zed, Ezreal, Lee Sin, and then Zed versus Zed again. Are we going to get a fun one to end things out? Does it matter that much in terms of this series today? Would you prefer to have like some fun with it? Because between TT and NIP, TT can't overtake NIP. This is just for vibes. And NIP can't overtake FPX ahead of them too. So neither of these teams can move in their standings. This is just for pride. We might see a fun 1v1. We're gonna get a Kali 1v1. That'd be fun. Does Solo Kill play it that much? Oh, he does. Yeah, in fact, he does. I remember him playing a top lane. He's one of the few people that has played a Kali top lane. Akali Yasuo. Hey, that's a fun matchup. I'm here for it. So Akali Yasuo for our 1v1. Our last 1v1 of the regular split. Reminder, folks, we will see 1v1s in playoffs if it goes to game 5. But we won't see it for games before that. We won't see it at the start of the series. And now we wait just a little bit longer. Okay. Let's get this 1v1 already. Solo Kill setup 1v1. We have a snowball for Solo Kill. Worth noting, by the way, isn't the case in this game. Although, setup actually might have made a mistake here. When you're running Conqueror, and I've said this before in other 1v1s because I play enough ARMs to know this, when you're running Conqueror, Snowball does stack it per activation of your, well, per hit of your Snowball. So if you hit then reactivate, you get 4 stacks of Conqueror, I think it is. So Satab could have gone for the Snowball. Used to go in again. Solo Kill puts out that Wimble. Doesn't get that much done, actually. Oh, really good trade from Satab. It's half the HP down already. But imagine if he'd used the Snowball for it. Even more Conqueror stacks. I hope they use 1v1 for more tournaments as well. If they didn't take as long, I'd appreciate them more. But they do take a while, and it slows down the transition time between series quite a lot, which is annoying. Lonely. Oh, good Wimble that time. Blocks up the Q and the E. Because what you typically tend to do as the Akali is land the Q for the slight slow. And then you try and use that to get your E on target. Yeah, like that. Doesn't have the E up. Well, he does say he just chooses not to use it. Dodges around Solo Kill. Does get knocked up at the end of this anyway. Snowball hits him for a tiny extra bit of damage. You can use Snowball to dodge some things as well. So you can use the Snowball to dodge the Shuriken Flip, for instance. Quite hard to do if you're completely melee range with the enemy champion, but yes. It does hit the cannon though. Melee versus melee, always a fun matchup. Ooh, tries to get back in range for the heal. Doesn't manage to do so. Ooh, uses the back end of the E to get some damage down. Of course, didn't have the impact because he used it on the minion already. So we go through it now. Ignite comes down. Now level 6 just, yeah, gets the Q through the wave. And another Q. Will kill. Satab. Not dealing with any of the funny business. Not putting up with any of the funny business of Yasuo dashing around a wave. 6 flashes per wave. Realizes the wave is in his favor, so we can let the wave kill off the enemy cannon. He's actually going to lose his own cannon first, though. I'm not sure if he calculated this correctly, actually. So he's going to lose his own cannon. I think both players lose the cannon. Wave being stacked up in favor of Setab, so he'll get more minions when it crashes into him. Has the Hextech Triangle and the boots, no. Other side, Solo Kill building up towards a Hex Drinker. Now Setup has... Hang on a second. Solo Kill needs to be really careful here. The ult can come straight across to him. Solo Kill gets the XP in time. Goes in for the ultimate. Gets another Q on target. Remember, it's execute damage that comes through from that ultimate. Gets another Q on target. Oh, now he's in trouble. Doesn't have a flash. Where's that? Ew! No, Setup should have been so easy. Needs to be afraid of the knock-up now. Passive comes back up. That would have been such a free kill. Might just leave him alive for a little bit more. If he gets the knock-up solo kill, maybe you can turn it around. Another Q lands. He's get that passive again. Does. The Q knock-up has armed. Solo kill. If he gets the knock-up, you could have got one back, but instead, we'll go down to the last passive auto attack. Seta wins the 1v1. Oh. Okay, I need to run 1 minute of OS, just so we don't have any in the next game. Reminder, folks, this game is for pride and nothing else. For TT, I guess it's to end their loss streak. Well, hang on, speaking of that, no, hang on, no. TT did break their loss streak because they beat Weibo. NIP are actually on a 1 higher loss streak. They're on a 4 loss streak. The 2 highest loss streaks within Group Ascend are FPX and NIP, who both have a 4 loss streak. NIP at least had some decent games. I guess FPX have 2 at some points. Their early games have been okay. They had 2 games against IG they arguably should have won. Or at least the early game of game 1 was not great. Long time to load into the draft. Normally only takes a couple of minutes. Well, there we go. It's just as you say it. Just as you say it. Let's get into it, shall we? Global's banned away from Doomby. No surprise. No Galio, no Rise. And then the Annie thrown on the top of that too. 2 triple bans towards Doomby on his 10th year anniversary of his pro career. Other side, TT being denied Pantheon the Yone. Setup is a big Yone player. Let's roll down. So what's up? Talia. But no Pantheon with the Talia. Rumble. Rumble's a pretty big one still. Gwen. Varus. Varus is a good blind pick. Keep forgetting about Varus because everyone picks the Rumble over it. Now, NIP probably do need to take the Varus next round if they see the Rumble. Rumble-Varus is a nasty combo because they're both very long range, mixed damage. And the Rumble ultimate can be put on top of someone who's been hit by that Varus ultimate. So you do realistically need to take that away. Doomby hovering over the Akali, which they just lost the 1v1 with. Oh, not Doomby hovering over, but Aki Holder hovering over it for Doomby. His Victor's been very good too. Does he want to walk in a mid laner now? Go towards the Vi instead. Aki is it most played of all time? I think it probably is at this point. Let me check. Wukong's still up there. And Shinzo. Oh, of course Shinzo's in there too. 3rd most played though. But Wukong and Shinzo over it. Xiao Huangren, I think he's been doing better than I thought he would have done, you know? All credit to him. Goes towards that Wukong. Decent matchup into the Vi. Gets very, very nasty into the Varus as well. Where if you ever kind of hit anything onto Varus with your Cyclone, does tend to die. Gwen into Rumble. Decent matchup. The Kali blind pick, but not many things deal with Akali that well in mid lane now. Now, we used to see Akali LeBlanc quite a lot because LeBlanc could bully out the Akali awfully hard. Lysandra 2 back in the day. Those are some bits which could kind of smash lane very, very hard. And then there were some mages as well that would just look to play range and force Akali into overdiving so she could never really complete the dive. AD carries banned away from 1xn. No Ezreal from the first round of bans. No Xayah, no Jhin this time. No, you're into the Varus as well. Laning into a Varus without your top tier is kind of nasty. Sometimes we see stuff like the Sivir. Sivir's not great into Vi though, because Vi can often win the mind game of ulting you, smiting just before she hits, and you don't get a chance to use your spell shield in the way that you'd like. Doomby presumably going towards a more of an Ahri angle now. Doomby, has he played much Ahri? We did say the LeBlanc's a good lane volley. 10th anniversary Doomby LeBlanc would be fun. Could go towards the Silas as well. Silas has been way more his comfort pick. Let's play 2 games of the Ahri. This would be his 3rd if he locks it in. And he does. Alright. He hasn't won a game on it, by the way. But then again, they've only had a 34% win rate, so not exactly the best win rate on anything. So, good pick combo from NIP, Vi leading the charge, Varus Ahri follow-up. Gwen, good matchup into the Rumble. Can team fight quite well into it later. Feather goes towards the Alistar, which he's getting a lot of success with recently. So I had a good couple of games on that. Which leaves their AD carry last pick. What do you pick with this? I mean, as we said, Sivir can be a bit rough. Do you have a longer range champion? I mean, the Sivir probably is the answer, but you do have to play the mind game versus the Vi. It's okay into the Varus. It's good into the Varus even. Now the question is, do you get Renated? Because, well, you might be good into the Varus. Varus Renata is another issue completely, where, yeah, that's going to be very difficult for Feather to play at the early levels. That's not a good Ahri matchup. Ahri is fine into Akali Foxy. I feel like Akali just wins into Ahri from level 6. That's not true, because you can cancel her Shuriken flip on the way back. So she can never get a... As long as you hold your charm, you have very, very good early levels. And if she ever hits the Shuriken onto you, she never gets to reactivate it, because you cancel it with charm and you walk backwards, really. In fact, actually, Akali is one of my favorite matches to play as the Ahri. It's very, very fun. And when you've got the Vi as well, very, very nasty. Problem is, if you jump into a Wukong, or Wukong jumps onto you, and you have to ult defensively first, then it's a problem, because then Akali gets to really pounce on you. Alrighty. Second series of the day. Let's get into it. Yes, I'm too aggro? No, you just have to be aggro in the right way. You just don't use your charm. Hold your charm versus Akali is a completely fine matchup. I'm glad to see that while I left to go get a piece of bread, no one died. Thank you so much for the resub, by the way, Foxy. I appreciate it. Monsters, if you're still around too, I did see that earlier. Sorry for not calling it out. Let's get into the gyros. Ah, we've just had them. My bad. Didn't have my headphones on. Oopsies. Oh, didn't be using the fake Rory skin. Going for Grasp, by the way. Grasp very lane dominant versus the thingy. Big Kali. Good Q level 1 from 1XN. Still stood in that brush. Come on, folks. You should know there's a ward in that. Severe Q. Quite a long cooldown early on. Oh, the Guardian didn't proc earlier. Interesting. Gonna lose any XP for this? Maybe a little. Good E from PP God. Yeah, you don't get to lane very effectively as this duo versus the the Varus Renata. They're trying to get some poke down with a headbutt. Doesn't really work that well, of course. Headbutt? Oh no, the handshake lands. Heal immediately to make sure it gets full value before the Varus E lands, and would have applied the anti-heal. Sassab getting bullied out in this lane. Ahri is very good versus melee mid laners. Which is why even when we saw the Galio lanes into the Ahri, I always felt Ahri's fine with that. You can dominate the lane very well. And that's enough for the Ahri, because if you get a winning lane with a jungler that can leverage that early lane pressure well, Vi, Xin Zhao, Pantheon, stuff that jumps forwards and needs a little bit of backup, Ahri can win a game just off of that. We've seen that from our best Ahri players in the world. Ooh, very close to that double Q again. Sivir tends to win lanes if she hits double Qs. She does tend to. Very strong ability. Double E from PP God. Of course, gives you that shield. Damage isn't bad for the early levels too. Very good for the early levels. Lane advantages are much easier for NIP to game. Yeah, they are. They are. Ahri in the mid lane and then Varus in the bot lane are always very, very powerful in the right matchups. Worth noting is the on-hit Varus, by the way, not the poke. Interested to see whether Leaf can actually get to stand and fight. I guess with the Renata it helps a lot. And getting the extra attack speed from the bailout definitely helps. You might die and have to bail out is the problem. And in Vi versus Wukong, I prefer Vi unless it's Kanavi on Wukong. I mean, Kanavi's Wukong is incredibly good. That's a very good shout out. Levi's Wukong. Now that is a good. That's a good pull. Yeah, Levi's an incredible Wukong. In fact, even when Levi was playing badly, Wukong was his best champion. It made him look like he was 2020 Levi all over again. Are you by chance an Ahri main? Nymaera? I couldn't tell. Well, honestly, who knows at this point? I haven't spoken about it in at least a few minutes. Yankos was actually a very good Wukong too. His attempts to carry heretics were often through Wukong. Cull for both AD carries ports up. Anything interesting happening on the map? Scuttle's traded already. Dragon spawning now. Huang Graham was spotted heading over towards that. Yankos pretty good at every champ except Nidalee. He's not a great Karthus player, I'll have you know. His Karthus was a little bit sus last time it was meta. Doomby didn't have the champ. Yeah, see, that's where you end up getting bad trades against you now. As it stands, Doomby probably wants to recall anyway. I don't love the fact that he's going towards the Roa build again, but I guess with Grasp it helps you double dip on HP. See what Doomby wants to do with that. You think I'm a Fiddlesticks main? How could you tell? You are very intelligent. I do a little bit of pig squealing every now and then. Be bad for my voice though. Okay, Sassab has level 6 heading down. Bit dangerous to stick on the dragon there. Because the thing about taking something like a dragon as Vi, you need to use your abilities onto it. It's in the house. I can't push it too hard. I've got games to cast. Doomby, buddy, I guess because he sees the wave there, feels like he's okay, but he does need to be a little bit careful using the charm easily like that. Do you sometimes or all time wish players would just have fun and do crazy random picks? New worlds, maybe finally a Teemo game. Can't be that much of a throw. Your team has to be practiced with them. You have to bet that you are more practiced than the enemy team is at, like, figuring out the weaknesses of it. And sometimes they can be very hard. But yeah, there are definitely times where people just don't pick the correct champions, I suppose, or picking too standard stuff and losing value from it. So eventually the dragon goes down. Xiao Huanren does level 6. Aki still needs another camp to go towards that. One of the problems of taking dragon is it takes a long time, which means you lose a bit of XP. Huh? Nah, go on and ruin your voice. I'll cast the LEC. Thanks. I know you got me covered. Sets up, heading towards Doomby. Goes forward to E, gets the Q on target. Charm through the wave. Of course, this is where the Catalyst actually gets a lot of value. Using that grasp as well. Getting the permanent HP up bonus. Level 7 hit by both of them. One of the big things about Catalyst now is that it's just a very good laning item. You can actually just sit on the Catalyst and then skip over towards your next item. It's fine. Because you gain 350 HP for it. You don't gain any extra HP from buying Rod of Ages on completion now. You have to wait until the stacks come in. Loki Fiddle has some of the best champion lines in the game. Some of the deep cuts with specific champions. Yes, him and Swain have good ones with that. Because Swain knows way too much. I like how Surprise Party Fiddlesticks is done by the same voice actor as well. Just very big range. A second, solo kill. Jumping back, using the exhaust. Ghost pops on the other side. There is a equalizer thrown down. So ultimate for ultimate. Summoner for summoner. Aki's up here with flash and ult. Xiao Huanren's not too far away. Oh, I can't teleport back in. Grub started. So dragon over to NIP earlier. With Ari not in lane, quite hard to get much out of this. Doomby's gone back for a Dark Soul first. Nice, nice. If I had to pick my world's favorite at this moment, I mean, it would have to be Genji, right? Genji are utterly insane. Chovy is in inhuman form once again, much like MSI last year. Ooh, hang on a second. Oh, no. The last grub did go over towards Aki. It's just that when the notification comes up, it goes to the team with two or more of them. I just typically thought it was, oh, the last one killed is the champion portrait, the copper. Yeah, so Aki did get. I was wondering if somehow the Clo managed to steal the last grub. I was mistaken. But yeah, I think that Chovy is by far the best player in the world, and no one's even close. I think he's arguably even better than he was in spring season last year. Now, he got better at MSI last year again, which is insane. I think MSI last year for Chovy was the highest that any player has ever been above, like, second place in their role at an international end for many, many years. All goes into the Toya, doesn't have the Ghost, doesn't have the ultimate, but Xiao Huanren is here as well. Has the Cyclone, flashes forward, and for some reason, chooses to leave it there. Teleport comes back in. Xiao Huanren, the monkey, will leave without a flash. Hey, Sam, how's it going?
It's welcome bearing sandwiches.
Dankeschön. Is it for ketchup? Time for me to peel off the tomato from it, but it is very nice. Yeah. no, it's fine. I don't like raw tomato. The texture does it in for me. Thanks, Sam. Appreciate it a lot. Sam's gone on his escapades. He's got an LC in a little bit. Doomby heading back towards mid lane. Setup using that E again to just get him towards Q range. Gets hit by that charm. But Setup is making sure that Doomby has to choose between minions and hitting him. Feather does ultimate. Easy dive coming through here. Doesn't have himself that much defense off with now. Feather will shrug off the last tower shot. And that'll be the end of that. Dead solo kill. Another E lands onto Doomby. Ultimate under turret. One of the better things you can do. But again, doesn't actually have that much damage. He's gone for Catalyst and he's gone for Grass. Not the most damage there. So it's going to be ult down from Doomby. Setup doing quite well to trade up on him. Currently up about 15 CS actually. So Doomby not getting the most of that laning phase. Plate's taken on top side with the 2 grubs as well. 1xN now ahead of Leave. So TT getting a lot out of this game so far. You know, NIP. They would really like to be ahead in mid and bot lane. They're not really ahead in either, are they? 1xN now stopped on the recall. Handshake needs to be blocked here. Does he have a spell shield? Cleanses early. Is there anything else to be thrown in there? No. So, cleanse blown from 1xN. Late reset. Can he potentially clear out that way? Feather now back around the back lane here. Leave would have to flash. Does! Tries to play the Matador. Uses the ultimate. He stood on the equalizer still, though, so burns both the summoners and dies anyway. NIP, this is not the early game you want at all. Oof. Onions are in sandwiches. Depends what kind of onions they are, you know? Sometimes they're okay, other times they are less good. Oh, this actually... Did I get lucky? Oh, I didn't get lucky. There is a tomato in here. Rip. Okay, let's peel off. Where's the other one? Be gone, tomato. Alright, so if you hear eating sounds, I'm not eating. That's... What do you mean? It's not what I'm doing. Definitely not doing that. I'm very professional, I'll have you know. Onions were in sandwiches. Oh, shit. Onions are okay. I like raw red onions. Cooked ones are okay on hot dogs, I guess. Oh, Leave, you don't have summoners. Oya has overheated, and Leave will need a bailout very, very quickly. Here comes through. Bailout was on there, wasn't even needed. Oya's the one that's out of position. Second dragon will go to NIP. Kill went over to PP-Gon, actually. Is there any extra rotations around the map? Frost map coming in from TT. Makes you wonder why Hoyo was positioned so heavily up there if they wanted to play on top side instead. I guess he was trying to play that mind game, right? That he shouldn't be there, so he might be able to get something unexpected. First tower likely to go down top side. Ward was out of the brush and didn't spot feather in it. Oh, that ward baits him in. Didn't spot feather kick in that brush and solo kill. He'll get himself an exhaust. It's not bad, actually. The tower shot will take one down. In fact, will it be another one afterwards? Setup does avoid the second tower shot. Just about lives, but solo kill gets a cheeky extra kill there and a flash out of Setup. Solo kill overperforming there in the dive. Oh, yeah. Has the equalizer for the next wave. And he'll use it. So, no dive opportunity now. Aki backs off. Damn, this is really good for capture. Especially when it's warm. Jiro has developed so much. He was actually very good before he joined Genji. Then it was a question of could he bring that up towards... Oh wait, they did spot him? My guy. You did spot him then? Are you kidding me? Did you just think he'd recall? That's very risky solo kill. It's punted into the wall, spreads out the CC. I guess Setup not being in range hurts. Maybe he should have flashed. Maybe Setup should have flashed to get in range a little earlier. Has to flash out of tower instead. Didn't be ultim topside. Didn't quite see why he popped it in the first place. It's going for the nerfed Rod of Ages build. Dragon up in 3 minutes, Herald up in 20. Piece of strength already owned by TT. I'm quite worried for NIP here. They should have had early advantages. They haven't pulled off the Vi-Ari combo yet. Actually, I've barely seen Vi-Ari on the same screen. What the hell? Wait, Chinese cooking means bad gameplay? So if you see Chinese posts that say 10 chefs, it means they're all implying 10 players sucks. That's hilarious. So, can I say this? Okay, okay, whatever. Herald's going down. Talk to you about something funny afterwards. DMB, thing over. Doesn't have ultimate, and misses the charm on a stationary target. Teleport comes in. Aki no flash now, but that is an equally bad play. The setup goes onto Divide. Actually, no, color that one. A massive misread by me. Setup gets a clean assassination, even though he teleports into a Varus ultimate. TT walk away with HP at VAR advantage and a kill on top of jungler down. Get the Herald too. So they get Herald, they get kill. NIP taking a fight without the Ahri ultimate. Charm misses on that target too. I mean, it wouldn't have mattered. It's an Alistair, which adds even more questions into it. NIP really struggling to find ways to play out this game. But yeah, so I had a chance to do some content with some GX players recently. It was very funny. Basically, well, look, the video will be out at some point, so I won't spoil it. But the topic of cooking came up. So what was being said in chat, for those of you in Onivia's chat or on YouTube, basically Ferguson, who's very tapped into the Chinese community, was saying that basically cooking is seen as like bad League of Legends play. So if you say 10 chefs in the Chinese community, they mean that all the players are bad, basically, or like 10 chefs. Whereas in the West, it'd be like, oh, they're cooking. One of the really funny things within this content was basically someone saying that, look, someone said that their hobby was cooking. He said, oh, you got to be bad at League of Legends though, because if you've got time to cook, you don't have time to grind League. Which honestly was so funny. And also, kind of correct in that context. It's very funny. Very funny stuff. It was really fun getting to hang out with the GX players, actually. They're not players which I've spent that much time around before. Yeah, good bunch to talk to. It was really fun. I also love cooking, but I guess I don't play League anymore, so that's why. Dragon up in 10 seconds. NIP don't have Vialt just yet. They do have the Ahri ultimate. Herald in mid lane. I mean, NIP are grouping, but do they know how to fight this? Teleport comes through onto the Herald itself, actually, to bring Koya in towards mid lane. Harley coming up towards mid lane now, driving in. Normally not a great idea to drive that, but I guess it does get the guaranteed play. You have the Wukong clone to get out. Good chunk onto Ahri as well on the other side of that. Doomby not able to get a charm on him under turret. Quite hard to with the clone anyway. Vialt now back up. You have hostile takeover, but no flash to reposition it or to force it forward. Feather has ult, has flash. I mean, they're positioning really quite aggressively here. Solo kill trying to get within range of the fight ahead, but the handshake's now down. Set up for solo kill. 1v1ing for the moment. So that's a flash for a triple knocker. Flow like a feather, sting like a bee. Feather. Insane combo to start off the fight to immediately die. Thunder Talk. Slick fight from them. I don't know what NIP thought they were doing, trying to face check into an area of the map they didn't have vision onto. They didn't get to pull off that Vi ultimate. No one stopped the Alistair ultimate, the combo midway through it. Feels like NIP kind of realized that they want to contest, but they don't know how to. They wanted to contest the Herald, but they got stuck in the choke point. They couldn't hit the right targets. They wanted to contest the Dragon, but they couldn't hold mid lane, and they couldn't take the vision back in that bot side river. Who's face checking for this team? No one, really. No one can face check, and now particularly with the Vi being so far down in gold, compared to their opposing number. I don't think Aki can do that. PP God can give you a bailout, but that means you actually have to get a kill back too. Not really had a fight where Doomby or Leaf could do anything important. Now got the point where Akali is very, very fed. No, a couple of Dark Seal stacks. Heading towards 2 items. Eddie carries fed too. 1xN on the Civet. Like, if 1xN was on a hyper carry, I'm afraid for the enemy team. Like, he's good on stuff like Ezreal, Lucian, Varus, don't get me wrong. But really, when 1xN was on a hyper carry... Oh, what a combo. What a combo. Getting Feather take about. That was insane. Really fun combo. But then again, also PP God walked up, allowed the headbutt range, couldn't cancel out with a handshake. Leads his team into a very, very bad scenario. They clumped up a little too far. $5,000 gold lead. Well, 4,500 gold lead for TT. Atcon's available. How do NIP win a fight? What does a one fight look for NIP? Probably looks like a good Viari combo with an Varus arrow over the top, though it is on hit, but it's still worth noting. How do you do that when TT is so far ahead of the game, when you have Nakali who's very fed, ultra mobile? Civ is quite hard to get onto the spell shield, but it is possible. Maybe the Rumble out of position. Atcon's going to go down here. Aki looking for a steal, maybe, but punted away by Feather. Won't get close towards the pit. Right now, Varusol hits onto the Wukong. He won't be able to get himself a clean combo, and that's a part of it gone. Good Varusol. Feather will die too, so 2 for none. NIP, can they get anything more off of this now? I don't think they get anything more from the fight. Saki could flash ult, look for the smite onto the spell shield. Ah, he gets it. Smites away the spell shield. That's why Civ is bad into Vi. Well played by Aki. That's the combo they've wanted. Charm lands under tower 2. And BB God will go towards the bailout, but he won't be able to get it because the kill is already gone. So suddenly, that's 4 kills. Teleport into the mid lane to save that turret. Solo kill will go towards setup. Good play from NIP. Managed to find a good set of split play setup. We'll try and kill the turret. Turret does so.
Hands another E, gets the kill on the way out. Sets up slick moves on the Akali. 5 for 1. 5 for 2, rather, all things said and done. After people die under the turret. Starts with a great Varus ult. If Lee doesn't land that Varus ult, the fight's over. Guess the clone was used earlier. Then Aki goes forwards and smites the spell shield off. Very, very tight on the timing. Always a mind game between Vi and Sivir. Manages to get that smite in the right point. He doesn't manage to do that. There's a flash afterwards. Sivir makes it out. So yes, important to know, folks. Yeah, Vi, pretty good into Sivir. This is why in Shag's like, you can go back to that timestamp. I'm sometimes clever. I talked about how can be a problem actually for... Yeah, Sivir's good into the Varus, can avoid his E or his Q in lane with that. It has good wave clear to contest push. Not great into Vi later on. Xiaohuang Grub over the back. Spots out Aki. Out safe? Question mark? Yes, he is. 30 seconds for Dragon. Not to be confused with 30 seconds to Mars. Doing be at 2 items, but still down 1.5k. Has a Rod of Ages to make up the level deficit against Satab. He's basically a full level up, because the Rod of Ages typically gives you that extra one, right? Well, we've seen the blueprint for NIP. Somehow get a Vi combo onto the Sivir, but also stop the engage from Xiaohuang Grub at the same time. Very hard to do both those things. You probably have to do it around an objective while someone is dealing with Baron or an Atakan. And I think you need to be very careful about the setup. Now, solo kill going into Satab. Just got solo kill by him. Jumps forward. Trying to use that Hallowed Mist to get some good value down. I guess half the HP of the Akali. Gets all 3 spots of it. And the Dragon is still secured by TT. They get a kill onto the jungler too. And now suddenly they don't have a way onto the Sivir. You can pop that ultimate and help the rest of the team either run into or out of the plate. Cyclone comes through. Ends up being 1 for none, plus the Dragon. TT get everything. Don't be jumping forwards. Not able to land that charm. Dragon to TT. Kill to TT. And IP leave with nothing. Feather great frontlining again. Oh. Aki misses the Q smite onto the Sivir. Not the Q flash, rather. Feather very nearly gets himself a flash knockup again. Can't quite do it this time. So both jungle and support, the flash engages of the Alistar and the Vi, fail their intended target. One of them dies, the other one doesn't, though. So we forget about the Alistar a little bit. Xiaohuang Grub, 2,000 gold up on his opposing number. Leave quite fed now, though, actually. Leave at 3, 1, and 2, 1,000 gold up. Heading towards Wit's End as a 3rd item. Also with the Rumble and the Akali. Not the best ability to auto-attack an Akali, of course. Goes into the Shroud and you can't auto-attack. Clueless weird lore question. What is driving Vi during her ult towards the enemy? I thought that she takes a couple of steps sometimes. Ooh, gets a good combo in the side lane. This is what they want to play for a bit, but a flash into the Shroud is not enough to save him. Kazaki flashes for the kill. Clutch flash afterwards from Aki. Allows him to break open the side lane turret. Satab will lose his Dark Seal stacks, lose his flash too. Suddenly, Aki gets some golden pocket. Dermby gets some golden pocket from the tower team. However, now out of position for the Baron on the top side of the map. Aki's going to walk up, keep spamming that Q to travel across the map. Set up down for another 20 seconds. Still a bit of an issue. Good equalizer to get the slow onto 2. Not much beyond that point. And Xiaohuang Grub failed his clone over the wall. Solo kill now on the flank. Hoya dodges out on the ultimate, and Leave doesn't spot the Wukong over the wall. Doesn't expect him there. Well, I guess no one would have. Would have thought he would have cloned over it. Well, he missed that one last time and has another one left and clones straight into a charm and into the hostile takeover. Xiao Huangren goes down. Xiao Huangren, not a good fight from the very, very fed Monkey King from Thunder Talk. I'm very surprised that Xiao Huangren did not manage to get anything done in that fight. That looked like it was such a sitting play for them. That hop over the wall. Failed twice. Second time. Oh, I mean, let's just watch what happens to Xiao Huangren. So he fails the first clone over the wall. Oops. Yeah, that one sucks. Then he's waiting for it to come back up. Jumps onto solo kill. Gets over the wall, I guess, with the E at this point. Flashes away because he's gone too deep, and then he's, ooh, that's a good clump up there. We can do something about that. Is spotted. Leave jumps away from the clump, goes straight into a charm, and Xiao Huangren dies. Fun. There is a death on the bot side. Solo kill. It's got a 1v2 kill somehow. We'll go down to Xiao Huangren though. Oh yeah, solo kill both off the map. Both of them have teleport, and they'll both be up in about 40 seconds, which will be ready just in time for the back end of the setup for the dragon. Won't be spawned just as they come alive. Doomby used his ultimate for something. Use that for the bot side kill as well. Must admit, I was watching the replay. Looked away, came back to life. Someone was dead, and it was quite hard to pick up the pieces after that, really. Dragon down 30 seconds. Top lane is up in 20. So, solo kill walks into Hoya. Or Hoya walks into solo kill. And don't think solo kill realized there was a monkey in the other brush. Both top laners having their moment now in this game, with Hoya earlier trying this out on Leaves Varus to walk into an unexpected 1v2. Baron started up. 2-man as it currently stands. Doomby walks over. Has Seekers now. Gold is very even. Given that TT were very far ahead at some point, that is a worry for them. A lot of that gold came from the Atakan fight at around the 4 kills there. Losing some towers afterwards too in some various other moments. Leaf has flash, has no ghost coming out, but it is a lower cooldown spell. Leaf has forever been... Well, not forever been. On this team recently, it's been a very good late game damage source. Say that he has occasionally jumped into death. Charm hits. Not that much damage behind it though. Doomby not going for a burst build. Slower burn build instead. Dragon taken. Soul point for NIP. Mountain Soul. Of course on the table now for them next time it comes back up. TT not finding a good cross map. Not threatening the Baron. Not pushing out side lanes. Not doing that much with their game. All this is happening. Worth noting. You said, hey, leave. Very good late game damage source. 1xN, absolutely the same on the other side. He has been a very good hyper carry player. Or TT. Xiao Huangren gets ulted into handshake, into ultimate, into death, question mark. There we go. Last excessive force will come through from Aki. Take down the Wukong. Baron may be available now with no smite on the table for TT. Do they contest anyway? I would suggest they should do. Now, they are going to be sat in that pit. There's no Vi ultimate. Yeah, with no Vi ultimate, you try and fight with the Civic. That's the play. You have an equalizer. Try and do the best you can with it. It's going down to half HP. You need to get in now. Where's that Vi ultimate? Where's the Civ ultimate? Not a bad equalizer. Seth can try and get himself into the play. Doomby doesn't have anything to get over the pit. The hostile takeover is okay. The spell shield gets onto that hostile takeover, which means that 1xN can keep free firing. Triple kill, quadra kill. It's a Penta, so close for 1xN. Just needs one last hit. I don't think he'll get it. But the quadra kill is more than enough. 1xN goes absolutely man mode on the Civic late game. If it weren't for that hallowed mist, that would have been a pentakill. 1xN, we were saying, hey, there's no Vi ultimate. Now's the time to fight. That's exactly what they did. No Vial. Nothing stopping 1xN on the hyper carry we have praised him for in metas past. Goes absolutely Super Saiyan. Towing through this turret now too. Suddenly, Baron buff denied from NIP. No one left alive to use it now. 2 towers going down. What was even in gold lead goes towards a 3k lead very quickly for TT. What was 1,000 gold lead for Leave is now 2,000 gold lead to 1xn. Guess where that gold lead's come from, folks? 1xn does not need to worry about the Vi ultimate. Pops his ultimate. Equalizer is good too. Gets a spell shield onto the hostile takeover, and it allows him to just free hit. Completely free hit. The ricochets are absolutely godlike. The Atacon giving the pop of damage too. Chains 3 kills to each other. Flashes over, and it's only the Hallowed Mist which keeps solo kill from being the 5th in a row for 1xn. But the damage is done. An 8,000 damage team fight in about, 20 seconds, if that. 4 items going on 5 now for 1xn alongside the boots. Almost at that full build. Leave. Managed to get something back somewhere because he's only down... Well, he's cut the gold lead in by about 500 onto 4 items himself. Will be about half an item now behind the Civiv. Quite hard to leverage that when you're out of actual slots in your inventory. Oh boy, NIP, they need to have something in the pockets to make sure that 1xn doesn't just shred them. Late game Civiv is disgustingly strong. Disgustingly strong. Has the anti-heal too, nastily. Stops Leave getting some of that lifesteal through. Sundered Sky from Aki, the 1,000 cuts from Solar kills Gwen. Minute and a half now till Dragon. It is soul point for NIP. We're heading into true late game now. So it typically happens around this time, right? When you're fighting for the soul, people getting towards full builds. So that's only 180 carry that's like that. Everyone else on 3 items. Setab, staying on top side for now, has teleport. This game really is about which AD carry gets to free fire, I think. If you can shut down 180 carry, I think the DPS drop is so harsh that you can't win the fight. Both these AD carries so nasty. You don't hit Varus with a Renata, very hard to take out in some circumstances, but as we've seen, if you don't have Vi immediately jumping onto 1xn, that's a bigger problem. Arguably 1xn behind Feather right now. Teleport coming through. Do they pop the Sivir ultimate? Do they feel like they need to? 1xn flashed onto, and that's what you need to be worried about. There comes the Vi ultimate, and they've won the mind game. Aki takes away that character. Leave must die on the other side. You must take care of the other AD carry. That is the goal, and both will die. Setup does get some good damage down. Another Q comes through. It's decent damage, but he's now off the table as well. How much roasting can Rumble do at the back end of this? As a Wukong as well, with both AD carries down. They are the remaining DPS. There's a G8, but I don't think it'll turn the play. Charm, decent, but it's going to be almost everyone down. Quadra kill to the Rumble. A second quadra kill for a second member of Thunder Talk. Rumble roasts the team, and NIP will lose this game, try as they might to take down the AD carry first and roll away with the rest of it. Aki, it's not a bad attempt onto the Sivir, but you don't have that consistent damage coming out of the Ahri, who's so far behind, and the Gwen could barely do that as well. Super Minions should even... Hang on a second, with the death timers coming through, it's not the end of the game. Toya, not enough base tower damage to end the game, but it will be a Nexus turret down. I guess a reset of the map. Dragon is still up. NIP. Can they angle towards a Mountain Soul? Starts with a pick onto Doomby. That's ult backwards, but Aki, great combo to 1xn, who should not be within flash Q range of the Vi. It's a problem that had to stand backwards. Fully CC'd. Uses the cleanse, but it's not nearly enough. So Xiao Huangren realizes, okay, I have to kill this Varus. Varus must die. Everyone realizes that. Setup gives up his life for that attempt too. Maybe could have gotten some more damage onto other members, but realizes Varus is the priority target. And back towards the Baron. Death Brush spotted out. Setup on the flank. Equalizer's not bad, you know. Decent damage coming through from Setup, and Varus is down. Varus is down. The Sivir keeps running on 1xn. This time gets to free fire, and it does not look nearly as close. 1xn will die, but the damage was done already. A couple of ricochets. Varus doing very little on the other side. Xiao Huangren not able to catch out Doomby. Aki is alive somehow. Same can't be said for 3 other members of his team TT. They'll march towards the mid lane. They have super minions. Doomby and Aki will have to try and find a way to save the game, as Aki is capped recall. He's cancelled. Feather has a Celestial position, but I don't think he wins the 1v1. Just looking to stop the recalls now as the rest of his members go towards the base. Doomby has a little bit of wave clear. It won't be enough here, though. Tower getting focused down Doomby. All they have to do is ignore him. Why not kill him too? Overheats. Taken down. NIP. They brought it to late game, but they couldn't bring it to a finish. TT win the first game. Last game one for you done. Of that one. Guma and Ona with the rock for T1 in 2024. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Like, you look at every other member of T1 in 2024, they really quite struggled at some points, actually. I think that those were the consistent members. Okay, I need to do... we can do one of these. Well, maybe not. We'll see whether we can get this in time before the highlights come on. Oh, oops. What do I think, casters? Yep. New Worlds 24, let me think. I mean, Carrier again, right? Yeah, Carrier when it came to the later stages of Worlds in both 23 and 24 are absolutely irreplaceable. But if you're talking about 2024, you have to talk about the whole season, right? I think Zeus had a very bad early part of summer into late... yeah, Zeus' summer was bad, then his Worlds was better. Ona across the whole year was the consistent guy, although Guma is not far behind him in terms of consistency. Take this down for a second. Yep, that's an LPL gold raffle, right? That's an LPL gold raffle, right? His Baron Steel against GT saved T1. I actually don't think they win even with that Baron Steel, by the way. I don't think they lose even with that Baron Steel. It was such a comp disadvantage. Hey, Kiri, good to see you. Cool.
Caps is one of the worst mids in LEC if you look at stats. I don't know whether I'd go that far, but I'd definitely say he's not top 3. Then Caps is like maybe 4th or 5th right now. It's on camera for a bit. I need to run some adverts. Oh wait, hang on. No, we have MVP. Hoya. I mean, Hoya. Oh, who would I have given it to? I know Hoya's equalizers were pretty good. You know, that's fine. That's actually okay. That's actually okay. Need to run some the thing with the ads now. Hang on. What's the votes? Ah, a couple of support. I mean, yeah, you know what? Actually, Feather deserved it. Actually, I think Feather deserved it. Feather was very good. Put some adverts on.
是暗夜的猎手，更是夜拍的高手。OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰人像 MVP。TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL
皇冠战马。 更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
Frump is a word, I just can't remember what it means. Okay, I'm gonna go to the toilet while we're on break. Right.
如果用一个形容词来形容我们这个第2赛段的表现的话，我会说曲折吧，非常的曲折。为什么呢？主要因为我们队伍其实队伍的状态波动挺大的，一会儿上一会儿下的，就有点琢磨不透。然后以后的目标的话，我也觉得是能尽量往好的方向去发展吧。当我知道多音病这名选手要办16连活动的时候，其实我是非常意外的。我是没有想过他居然会连战我这么多吧。他也算是英雄联盟比赛举办以来的第1位10连老兵。然后我第一次认识到这名选手是他在效力于方 plus 这个战队的时候吧。那个时候是在他拿了冠军之后才知道他的。他以前带给我的印象就是一种非常活泼的感觉吧。我没想到他会有这么大的精力和活力吧。然后带给我的影响也是给了我很多积极的反馈。我想对多音币说，非常感谢你为 LPL 的舞台带来这么多精彩的故事吧。
我觉得面对 NIP 就是打好我们自己就可以了，就把我们自己该打的东西打出来。然后他们就是主靠中下带节奏吧，就低防下他们中下就好了。面对 NIP 下路的话，就做好 BP 英雄选择吧，就尽量不要选择太劣势。我觉得我们队伍后续中期运营不算太好吧，然后回去的话就针对这个针对这个点复盘一下吧。就目前成绩也不算太好吧，然后我们能做的就是把每一场比赛打好吧，然后就骑士之路再发挥我们更好的样子。想对多音兵选手说，就大家一起加油吧，把后面的比赛打好。就最后一场打到骑士之路的话，我想对我们说的就是一起把这个猎物打好吧，就比较重要。
Ah, no, lost. Oh, good. We'll do one more. Come back. What's wrong with Oh, and I'm trying to play Wordle on my phone as well. Bottom bigger so I can see the QR code. My bad. Should hopefully be fine. Well, should be back onto games soon, folks. Okay. Let's get this off screen. Let's get into it, shall we? So things to keep an eye out for. Banning away LeBlanc from setup. He has played more of it recently. Galio and Rise banned away, and Annie from that first game. It really has just been about banning Doonby, hasn't it? So, Yorick first pick for solo kill. Did play a game of it. Typically I feel like solo kill is way better on tank top lanes. Way better on them. The Scion has been so big for them. In fact, not playing that. Surprised. Surprised. Just 1-1 on the Yorick. Other side, you've now given over Pantheon to Leah, which is a decision of all time. Not sure about that one. There's no Galio to answer it either. It's an easy lock-in of that Talia. I mean, for me, I just lock in the Pantheon here. Pantheon Talia is such a disgusting combo with the double global. Very good combo. We're going for the Neferi instead, giving over the Pantheon. That's a mistake by TT. Talia's Neferi is not a good combo. You deny the ability to... You deny yourself the ability to have the Pantheon Talia, which is very good as the double global, and as a combo point and click. Scion now looked in for Hoya, who is a very confident player on the Scion as well, but... At least for this one, the Yorick can deal some damage to him. There's no second round. Bot lane hasn't been picked in just yet. No Zeri for leave. What's left of them available? We have Ezreal, Jhin. Ezreal, Jhin, both looking okay here. Both teams wanting a bit more setup to... Well, NIP already have that setup. They need follow-up because they're diving in. If they won't have something like that Kai'Sa, I think Jin's no good for both teams, actually. I think Jin's good for that. What do NIP want to ban away? They have good front to back already. They have very good front to back. Ban away the Ezreal. Does 1xN go Jhin now? Stops a good ultimate for Sylas to steal. Actually, that means that Sylas has basically no ult to steal. I mean, obviously you'd have like... I mean, you might even... I guess you could go something like Rel as well. I think you go Jhin, you go last pick Rel. Really, the Xayah? Well, Xayah's not bad either, and again, not a great ult for the Sylas to steal. And typically I don't tend to like looking at Sylas as like, oh, it's about the ultimates he can steal. But right now he has nothing good to steal. Nothing. The Talia ult is fine, but in terms of what actually you do damage with, or you can engage with, it's not that great. He doesn't use Scion ult very well because he doesn't have the HP to back it up all the time. Can't pull the feathers back from the Xayah ultimate. Jhin now locked in for leave. We said that they were potentially looking for it. Long-range follow-up pick. Act as a pseudo semi-global with the length of his W and his ultimate. He can go towards the Nautilus. You know what? I actually would have picked Rel, hoping that Feather picks the Nautilus, so at least you can get the AP's Nautilus ult on the Zunbi. Rel not bad versus Xayah Rakani though. I actually might have gone towards the Rel myself here. Now seeing that it's a quad melee team, does Feather go towards the Braum? Yes, he does. So now you have a very anti-melee composition. God, these are all awesome anti-melee champions, and NIP just blocked in quad melee. Quad melee and a Jhin. The Jhin, the longest range champion on the field by quite a long range now at this point. How to say TT's jungler's name? Xiao Huanggren. Xiao Huanggren. Or Huangren. Xiao Huanggren. Xiao Huanggren? Might not be a Gren, might be Ren. Xiao Huanggren. But I'm bad at pronouncing it. Sorry about that. I should be better at pronouncing that. Appreciate the question anyway.
So, TT, better front to back, very good anti-melee. I don't think their lanes are bad either. I think TT have crushed this draft, folks. I think they have crushed it. Well, I'm trying to see if they can do that in the game itself. That's more important, of course. Okay, potentially one game left today. Had a 2-0 earlier today from WE over Weibo, which saw them into 6th place and Weibo down to 7th. I love the 1440p in the title. The thing is, Seraph, I'm trying to find ways for people to watch our stream rather than other people's streams, right? And if they're streaming in 1080 and run 1440, that's the one thing which we've got over them, basically. So we don't have the search engine optimization of something like LPL English, which is the first thing you see. Yeah, Mo, I did know that. Xiao Huangren technically means little yellow person, which is not something which I particularly want to be calling him because of, you know, connotations and whatever. But, yeah, so... Yeah, I came from the movie Minions. Are you kidding? So his name is Minion. I knew it meant Minion, but I didn't realize it was that. That's hilarious, though. All right, let's get into the gyros. No. So I knew that it meant minions. I know you've tried to tell me that before, but I thought you meant minions as in League of Legends minion, because it means little people or whatever. Yeah, Robert, I did know that. I mean, back last year, we had that too. Basically, we had a lot of betting chat in here, because basically last year, this channel was... Well, look, what LPL English is doing now, we were doing before them last year. Now, of course, that channel was doing it many years ago, in like 2013, like 12 years ago. But we were doing it in this recent era longer than anyone else. We set up like the unofficial stream. We were doing this basically. So we got a lot of the viewers last year. So we would be getting 1.5k, 2,000. We got up to 3,000 at one point on Twitch, and now we're down to like 200 viewers, which is, you know, still good for considering that we're competing a lot. But it's just not the viewers that we had last year. However, a lot of those viewers were embedded onto betting websites, so it meant that the chat got very bad for a while. Most of us aren't here for the LPL. We're here for you guys. Thank you. That's a very kind thing to say. I want people to be here for the LPL too, though, because I like the LPL, and I hope you do too. So, level 1. Nautilus Hook, very nasty at level 1. Ron really needs level 2 to reposition for the... stand behind me a lot of the time. Jump forward onto a minion, and then chase down for the passive. Do you not stream every LPL match? We do almost everything. We miss 1 or 2 days, but that depends on burnout. We've got 2 people doing this rather than a full team of like a dozen people or whatever. Hey, Amber, good to see you. The other Amber, 20. Yeah, we do almost everything, but also we stream 150 hours a month. Good stun there for Seth. That wins the reaction check. Hops out of the Q burst as well, so it doesn't take the damage from that. Aki now going back around the back and mid lane, doing beat. Gets stunned again. This is with the E, actually. Might end up being impactful. No, not at all. I'm completely lying to you. Kill goes over to Aki. Takes the first bird. That's way overpushed. Way overpushed. NIP last game were looking for lane leads, which they didn't find. Perhaps they can do that this game. It was very difficult for them last time. Solo kill. Getting control of that wave early, as you often do, as the Yorick versus the Scion. Well, no, it doesn't always happen early into the game. But, yeah, eventually Scion will just be wave clearing versus the Yorick. Not really able to push up beyond tab, because that dark possession is really annoying. Now, initially I thought, hey, TT going towards the Neferi instead of the Pantheon would have been an issue for them, but they've ended up having a very good draft against the quadruple melee comp of NIP. How did the series this morning go? Weibo looked very bad. Tien looked very bad. But W had a very fun composition in Game 2 where they had a Kali, Zed jungle, and Shen tops. They had the triple ninja comp, which is very funny. Setup still ahead in mid lane. A little bit. Extra minions being put over means that it's not that much, really. Of course, he has the assists, so not really that impactful, is it? Sion coming back out onto the map. Early swaps. It's beyond 3 minutes now, so you can swap over wherever. We're about to hit level 6. Of course, Sion much better on a 1v2 than the Yorick is. You often do want to swap to the Sion and trust that the Sion will pick up more farm and experience than the Yorick. Also just not be there to bully out the Yorick as well. -1. Sucks. Gets in range for the XP, but not the cannon itself. And then you miss auto attacks that minion, so he loses 2 there. Sucks. Is this cannon gonna die on top side? There we go. No! He misses that too. Should have used the QE. So, unironically, TT missing... I say unironically, but no, seriously. I'll say it that way. TT end up losing 2 cannon minions for that rotation. Because they lost the one in bot lane and in top lane. Both of them being, I guess at this point in the game, 70 gold or so. Losing about 140 gold on the swap. It's annoying. They do get the XP, but don't want to miss those cannons too much. Setup. Gets a shove across them. Derby could be within W range now. Chooses not to walk up. Steals the Weaver's Wall. Reminder that Derby doesn't really have that good ults to steal. You can steal the Brawl Mob. That's actually surprisingly good damage with the AP build. Xiaohuangren takes the Dragon on bot side. First objective for them of the game. TT tried to get that 2v1 versus the Yorick. Not able to do so. So they'll use that teleport to go towards bot side. And now TT have themselves a global advantage. Derby having the Talia ultimate stolen does give them something to work around with that. Setup not having mana to use his could be an issue for him. Ah yes, the time-honored tradition of walking out of lane, grabbing a quick snack from the river, and then going elsewhere. 1xn on the Zyra. Again, a good sign for TT. When TT look good is when 1xn is on hyper carries. I think he is a very talented hyper carry player. Not that I don't like his other picks. I think they're good, but yes. Oh shit! Thank you, Influenia. It's very kind of you. Very kind of you. I only watch your stream for LPL. When you weren't on for a couple of days, I didn't watch it at all. Damn. Hey, well, I'm glad you enjoy it here. Of course, there are other streams that do LPL, and I hope that people find ways to enjoy them too if we're not online. Because, hey, I do want people to care about the LPL, but yes, I'm also glad that you enjoy things here. All the same. All the same has been a big phrase of ours recently. It just covers a lot of situations. Setup going to get jumped on, overpushed again, gets hit by that E. Potential problem, gets shoved away. Aki could technically ult into mid lane, does have flash too. Setup with a good chunk there, though. Might be safe. Is anyone around the area? Brom's coming up towards mid lane. Should be safe now. Even if Pantheon jumped in, that would be a one-way trip at that point. Thank you, Time Lord, for kind of you. Herald spawning. Not Herald, the other thing. Grub's way too early for Herald. When am I talking about that? Grub spawning. TT pushing mid lane. Setup not getting caught on that last wave, very important. If he had done, that would have been NIP with the advantage going towards the Grubs. That's why Aki was hanging around there. Teleport now coming in from Silas. Don't really want to leave Yorick alone on the other side of the map. You do have Smite to secure the first one, the second one rather. Not going to be used there. All comes through from Aki. 1xn, where's the feather ball going to come back? That's pretty big. Everyone's in the line right now. It's a good double shot back. Where are the feathers? Already used beforehand, I suppose. Xiaohuangren flashes away. So certainly 1 for 1. 1 for none. Xiaohuangren gets the reset. Can Derby get another kill back? It's going to be so close. Does get it. But I think that'll be end of his life at the cost of his flash too. NIP once again struggling to get anything done at these objective fights. And Hoya actually getting a good ult onto solo kill from the looks of the cooldowns. Maybe even looking for a solo kill onto the player named that. Where's his next Q? The Maiden doing a good amount of work, and the flash away from the Q. Might just see Hoya to safety. Has a flash. Needs to not get hit by the Q. Solo kill thinks he can't walk up for it. So what that ends up being is a flash for none. Solo kill. Healing up with what I presume to be a biscuit with the amount of healing that was there. Why does he have enough mana to do anything here? Wants to kill the Maiden if possible. It's one decimating smash. No mana now left on either of these.
So the Maiden will die eventually. There we go. Hoya kills it with the Balmy Cinder. Oh, I'm so sorry. There was... Okay, let's have a look-see. Aki jumps into the backline, no follow-up. I guess 1xN uses the feather pullback a little early, because it's like, okay, where are the feather pullback? I just mistimed the cooldowns there. Very quick reset for the Neferi. Giving early kills to the Neferi, or early kill gold to the Neferi is bad. I guess they could both go to the Talia, so it could have been worse there. Should Doinby losing his flash team? Not fantastic. Did no one get the third grub? That's a... No, TT got it. TT got it. I guess it was after the play. Sorry, Zeref, I did realize there was a compliment. I was just lost in the actual, draft and game and stuff like that. The coolest dog on the coolest dog here isn't even on the screen. Xiao Huangren's pretty good, but who needs an Neferi when you've got a grumpy Zeref in chat? That's the dog I want in stream. Solo kill. Let's hit by those double Qs. I have no idea why that was automotive ammo. It's probably a reference which I don't get. Okay. Good trade on the side lane there. Hoya, as we said before, actually has some pretty decent games on the Sion. He's typically been a better tank top laner. Chat is a reflection of the streamer. It often is, or at least it's a reflection of what the streamer allows, because over time, then, you start to foster some behavior or not. It tends to change things. Doinby was trying to recall. Prevented from doing so. Hoya does have teleport and ultimate, so that recall stop on Doinby, who doesn't have a global, does end up being quite impactful here. Dragon started. No feathers getting stacked up on it for a feather pull, as I was pretty good at objecting, securing with that. Empowered Q. Empowered Q. Do you want to go towards that? The W is definitely leave. It's charged up. Doesn't get it, so 2 dragons over to TT, and the Rift is... Infernal. Infernal Soul, always a nice one to get. Not as game-breaking as Hex Tech, but you always take them if you can. Yeah, we actually did. No, the turn was allowed in one. You have no idea why that came through. Ultimate now coming through from Silas, I presume. Yeah, using it as a semi-global to reset into lane. Because he doesn't have the can't teleport right now. More fool goes towards Leave, who does have flash and heal. Flashes out, gets the W root. The ball took us through. I don't think you kill this guy, so it is going to be heal down from Leave, who is running the heal as we said before. I don't see AD carries running a lot of heals anymore, it's worth noting. Xiao Huangren going to go towards this. Aki does have ultimate to reposition if he wants to. He's on vision. Hoya will spot him out. Doesn't have the ultimate to get out of a play, worth noting. Would really quite like to get towards this bot side turret. Not able to do so. Doinby getting some good value off of the plates here. Is there a potential of a Talia ultimate? No, because he can't teleport down. What tools do they have available? No teleport stats out. Hoya has his to make plays. We have the Grand Starfall. I think when it gets to this point of the game, you need to be very hyper aware of what cooldowns are available, because we've got double globals, potential, well, I say double globals. We have Pantheon ult, Talia ult, Sion ult, and then stolen Talia and Sion ult to support, which can help you run across the map. Wait, really? Damn, crazy. Seraph's almost up from setup. Worth noting, we haven't got the nerfed Seraphs on the patch just yet. That comes on patch 10. Flick back onto the Maiden. To kill that thing for it to really be worthwhile, though. If you get towards base, it will go to max HP again, I'm pretty sure. Hang on, PP got spotted out here. Xiao Huangren even in gold with Aki so far. Hang on, how's that happen? Oh, I guess it's the kill gold as opposed to 3 assists. If those double kills had gone towards Xiao Huangren earlier, I think NIP would be in a bit more trouble. Yes, I don't mind the kills onto the Talia instead, but Neferi with kills are a different beast entirely. Doomby having a better game this time, I suppose. He struggled in the last one on the R. He didn't really get that many plays done. Throwing out side lanes quite well. Hoya feels like he is maybe the strongest person on the map, though, at points, though. His side laning has been pretty good, despite the fact that he's in the counter matchup versus solo kill. He's gone for the Swifty boots, by the way. Wants the ability to outstep the... well, to chase down, outstep the Roar of the Slayer, and shrug off the Slayer if it does happen. Feather jumps backwards. By the way, there's a fun thing you can do with the Braum shield, by the way. If you put your shield up in between you and Silas's target, if Silas presses R to steal an ultimate, you'll instead hit the Braum shield and try and steal Braum's ultimate. If you can't steal Braum's ult, it will just not give you an ult. Setup takes turret to top side. Already have the feats of strength from that first turret. Herald now started up, as they're on the top side of the map anyway. Doomby will get himself bot turret. That's not going to be contested. Well, it does have his ultimate to respond. It's only taking about half a map, though, or between, you know, one lane to another lane. It won't take you from bot lane to top river, really. Oh, hang on a second. Doomby just used all of his mobility, by the way. Full charge Q because of that. There's the Roar of the Slayer coming through. Where's that going to come? That slow could be very important. Missteps a little bit on that side of the map. That's a grasp proc, forces Doomby out of lane. That'll be it. Now, Doomby doesn't have teleport. Can they stop his recall anyway? Where's the Q into the brush? That's important. That's really important. Doomby not being able to recall means that bot lane turret will fall for free. Should still be able to clear out this turret top side, clear out this wave top side from Seta. And now with him resetting late, Hoya should be able to take bot side. There's no one in mid lane to defend this either, with Doomby would have potentially liked to have reset, go towards that mid lane turret take. One more auto tackle to Xiaohuangren. As that W stays safe. Mid lane turret's taken. Bot lane turret will be taken. Setup's trading completely fine on top side. Might not want to tank the Maiden itself there, buddy. Bot lane turret falls, and this is because Doomby is reset late because he gets cancelled once by Hoya and once by Feather. Steals the Scion ultimate, can respond quickly. Dragon's now started. TT, much better map play. Much better understanding of resets. Much better understanding of where people can come across the map. Setup coming out of base. Yorick 2. Yorick has teleport. Setup doesn't, but has ultimates. Ultimate from Scion. That Scion ultimate can be an engaged tool. It's quite again, it's not the best Silas engaged tool, but it can be fine. Where's the Talia ult? I actually think you should be using that to separate off the rest of the team. It's not a bad ultimate coming through from Scion, actually. The stolen Scion one. Aki uses the backline, and maybe that one was a bit deep, though. Featherpool comes back. Dragon is taken, very luckily, for the side of NIP, but will they die afterwards? Solo kill, the first one getting taken down. And it will end up being 2 kills in the fight for the Dragon, claimed by TT. They'll be a little annoyed not to get themselves an early soul point, but getting themselves the gold off of that is no small prize anyway. Even then, they're going to get themselves a recall stop onto PP God, and I think that was less impactful than last time. Pretty much everything that's happened in the last 2 minutes or so has been because of that recall stop onto Doomby, who was late out of bot side. Please be careful with stuff like that. TT still keeping up the pressure, pushing in both mid lane and bot lane. They have the 2 grubs. They have extra damage towards their sides. No mites, of course. They need all 3 for that. Aki's ultimates have not been great on this Pantheon. The one out ground grubs was poor, bluntly. So what happens here? Scion heads into the backline. It's a double ultimate, so the ultimate does actually hit onto 1x in terms of damage. Aki has to flash out of a Scion Q that's channeled up onto it, so Hoya very well played there. Remember we were criticizing Breathe in his Scion game? Hang on, fighting bot side, the Slayer ult was used there. Seth taking a good turret, taking a good trade back though. Has the Seraph shield, so Doomby uses the Slayer ultimate, doesn't get anything after that. Setup will recall, get himself second item, head back out onto the map. Has teleport soon. So what happened here? Steals the ultimate, uses that to go forwards presumably, then connects with the E2 afterwards. Oh, goes through the he goes through the minefield on the ultimate. So he dashes forwards on the Talia ultimate, gets hit by the Unraveled Earth. Aki Engage is legit 3 screens away from his team every game. It is known, whether it's on Vi or Maokai. It can be a very deep diver. Sometimes it works out fantastically. The reason why it worked on OMG is that everyone was so ridiculously aggressive. Everyone kind of knew what they were in for. Feather, you might have to flash over the wall, and does so. Might have actually been safe, you know, given that Aki and people didn't have flash. Could have potentially positioned them on the other side of the Talia wall, which was cast to potentially see him to safety. No global now for setup. Every time Aki plays, goes in, Dio plays Holy Diver. Good song. I'm also a big fan of the Heaven and Hell album by Black Sabbath with Dio as vocalist. It's a good one. Aki, maybe a Die Young enjoyer as well from that album. NIP is garbage. NIP have struggled to be on the same page, and they play quite hard to play drafts. I think that having 4 melees in this kind of comp is very difficult. Hoya is already pretty terrifying. Going for Bramble Vest to nice some of that. Hang on a second, Aki doesn't have the flash. Used his E already, that's a problem. It's not a bad Yorick E to try and block off that passage, but it's not nearly quick enough, and it's not nearly enough to save Aki's life. Aki doesn't even have to die this time to get punished very heavily. Atkan is up and available, there's no smite. Doomby will be pushing in towards bot lane in a turret, trying to get himself an individual gold lead. But TT don't really care about this one, I suppose. Would rather take the quick Atkan recall and go about their merry way. Teleport in from Hoya towards the bot side of the map to stop the tower going down. There's an Atkan and a kill onto Aki for about half the HP of the bot lane in the turret, which is not that great a deal for them. Abel was also a psycho. I miss it. Abel was fantastic. I missed that OMG roster. Now, obviously, Cream has gone on to better things. Shanji has been benched for a while now. He's not been playing for an IP for the last half a split. Solokill doesn't have flash, by the way. Blast going over the wall. That's a problem. That's not a bad Dark Procession. The Braum passive doesn't proc. They will buy the teleport. Get out of this. Okay. Soul Silence ult is okay. Feather's fairly tanky as far as things go. Doomby comes in, though. That'll be 1 for none. Xiao Huangren is out of the play. Doomby stole the Sion ult yet again. Can be pretty good there. Dodges out of that E. Is there anything else happening across the map? Sion's pushing bot side. Surprised that TT couldn't stand and fight harder there, actually. I was wondering whether Hoya could have roamed... Oh, it's quite a long way for him to ult across the map, isn't it? That's why it's a semi-global, not a full global. And besides, he wants to go down towards his bot side, take this turret. He actually might be able to stick and kill us, even though Doomby can come in afterwards. Oh, it's solo kill teleport. Okay, now that's a bit more of a problem. Yeah, that one's actually a bit more problematic. We'll take most of that turret. Surprised here that NIP are ahead on the map. I thought that they were going to be a little bit behind because they were fighting from their own side of the jungle, committing the teleport towards top side. I guess it what? Yeah, but they get themselves a defense of that bot lane. Oh, no, they don't defend that bot lane turret. Oh, I'm missing everything now. But they do get themselves that top lane out of turret. They do get a response to that bot lane inner. Big issue that Hoya is 1.5k ahead of solo kill. I think Hoya has been my player of the game so far. I think he's been fantastic. Good in the team fights. Ahead in a very difficult matchup. Has himself 2.5 going on 3 items. Was thinking about going towards the Giant Spell. Instead goes towards the upgraded boots for the Chainlace Crushers. Brawl, that's a lot of damage. Let's get blocked a little bit. Now he doesn't have that though. Where's the Sun coming? Coming in just as a supporting factor. Using that lower cooldown just to make sure he could have been present if he went any further. Doomby on his 10th player anniversary. Trying his best to get ahead of the game. Solo kill. Does he have flash up yet again? No, yes he does, but he might be forced to use it. Dark Procession used to keep the dog in the kennel. Could flick back. One of the reasons why Pantheon's not great into Talia. Guess that stun. Not sure that's really where you want to be, though. Aki, another failed ultimate, and now suddenly Satab can chase forward instead. Does he have another E? He might need it. Goes down. Does Xiao Huangren have himself a reset on the ultimate? No, I think he was just out of time. Good damage there from the bleed and the dogs. It's not just ghouls flying one side, it's the mini pack mates as well. I'll try and kill out that maiden. Long cooldown to buy if you can get it. Would it be a 1-for-1 overall? Kill goes to Setup, I suppose. Not over towards Xiao Huangren, who is still 1.5k ahead. Imagine if those 6 assists had gone into kills instead. That would be a very, very fed dog. Still pretty fed as it is. 2 items, and Aki, another failed ultimate from the Pantheon. Sion is a very loud lad.
I really fear for NIP as soon as Hoya comes into these fights. Leave does have a Lord Dominus Regards when Collector into LDR. Does the double crit pen items, 1 flat pen, 1%. Collector does fall off as the game goes on, and he's not going to feel that happy about playing against the Scion. Dimby stacking up that Conqueror. Losing the trade as it happens right now. There is Grasp on Hoya and Unending Despair, so he takes much better long trades than he would do otherwise now, because that continued healing and damage from the Unending Despair. Hoya can recall. Wonder if he's got himself another item yet. He's on components right now. Quite hard for him to go towards a third completed item. Decent flick back, actually. Peepgod does have flash. He's going to be able to use it? No. Completely locked out, CC'd up, and put into the grey screen. Baron now started with less engage options available for NIP. What ultimates does Doomby have available to him? He's going towards late game, of course, but really depends what champions he has available to steal from. Hoya could teleport back up towards the top side of the map. Objective bounties today are available from NIP. They're very far behind, given that there's a soul point and a bunch of towers available. There is one of those objective bounties claimed. Aki doesn't have flash, and that's a brawl passive onto him. That is a problem. Aki caught out again. One last auto attack from Talia will activate the Brawn passive. While there was an objective bounty, they lose their jungler. Baron has been taken. Now some speedy recalls needed from NIP to get back into position to protect their side of the map. I don't get what's happened to NIP. They lock in this quadruple melee composition, which is hard to play. And you can justify locking that in if you're good at what you're doing. NIP have not been that good at what they've been doing, really. The ultimates coming through from the Pantheon, not good. No real big pick attempts from Peepgod. No combination plays from Aki and Peepgod. Solo kill's not ahead of his lane. Leaves basically had nothing to do in this game, and now 1xN is 5-0-3. Jesus Christ, that's a fed. Zai, who's very good against melee targets. Doomby's been fine. Doomby's trying to make some plays here and there. Silas has been very comfortable for him and his team. But NIP as a whole just leaving a lot to be desired with very difficult to play compositions. I think it was fine when they had something like Galio Rise, where Doomby could dictate the pace of the game, globally speaking as well. Teams have just been banning him. No Galio, no Rise. Banning away the Annie as well, because it's another engaged champion. They had a very good Gear Series versus Knights. NIP were quite unlucky to not walk away with the game versus them, actually. This is CC on Xiao Huanga. Maybe should have E'd a little earlier there. Wanting to save his mobility, I suppose. Hang on a second. W's through this one. Yeah, it's very hard to pick up in the Fury. One of the reasons she works as a jungler, despite being an assassin archetype, which typically doesn't work in pro play that well. Same with Akali, right? Very hard to pick them both off. They can play defensively, which most assassins can't. Aki jumps over the wall. Aki, my friend, you don't have flash. Doesn't have any HP afterwards. What has Aki just done? Jumps over and dies for some raptors. A jump forward to leave, blowing his flash too. He'll be wondering how the hell he found himself in that position. Teleport now coming through from Silas. Maybe Solo Kill coming as well. Where's the rest of the team? Hoya coming in. Ultimate Brawl Ultimate's not bad there, actually, but here comes the Scion. That could be a bit of a problem with the fourth shot. Claims one back. Fight continues. Scion not getting that much done, but the flick back, oh, that'll help a little bit more. And Scion is into the fray. I don't think you got enough damage to deal with that, Beefcake. Setup, keep charging up those Qs as he goes around. And Doomby, you've tried hard. You got so far, but in the end, it will not matter at all. Oh no, the lyrics were wrong, and NIP's composition was too. Inhibitor will fall, and this is all off of Aki jumping into Raptors. All of this is about Aki jumping into Raptors without his flash. He'll be up again now, but the damage is done. Inhibitor's down. 1xN still has ultimate. Probably taking down a tower. One of them's gone. So, my dude, that is a lot of damage from the Zai. You can't walk into that guy. Flash away now from Aki. Would have liked that one at the Raptors. Not able to do so. Has an E. It's just not going to save him again. It's not going to save him again. Aki ending at 2-7. In the aspect of war, has been really unsuccessful in his ventures. TT will 2-0 NIP. They won't change their standings in Group Ascend, but it's nice to break their loss streak. With this, TT secure a 2-0 head-to-head versus NIP. Won't mean anything, but they beat them twice within a Group Ascend, which will feel nice for them. I don't get what Aki was doing there. I don't get what Aki was doing. Questions upon questions. That was our last series of regular season for LPL.
We've now covered an extra. God, how many games were there? Let me have a check. Let me have a check. How many games have we had? How many games have we had on the match list? I believe we've had 258 games. Maybe more than that, actually. No, there are extra 4 on there. 259 games in this regular season. We maybe dropped about 15 of them, 20 maybe. We've covered basically an extra 200 games, 250. And then playoffs coming up after this point. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm actually going to head off early, folks. Well, thank you everyone for joining us. If you can drop a follow, a like, a subscribe over towards Nymaera on socials, or Initialise casts as well. My brother, you'll hear an awful lot on this channel too. Would not be able to do this without my brother. And yes, we are actually brothers as well. We are the only brothers within League of Legends that cast. The only brothers with major esports, I think, that cast together, actually. Well, it's pretty cool. Okay, I will head off now, folks. Thank you everyone for joining. If you're on YouTube, we'll leave it there. And